welcome back to another special episode of Mind Renovation Nation, brought to you by Red Maples, your go-to source for institutional style property management of small multifamily rentals. I am your host, Nathan Bush. And each show we share with you real life lessons from our real estate experience. We invite industry experts, innovators, and influencers to delve deep into the challenges and opportunities facing small multifamily real estate investors, from seeking opportunity for growth and expansion to market research, implementing effective management systems to maximizing returns and minimizing expenses. We're here to help you, the real estate investor, gain knowledge and to compete in this current ever-changing market. On today's show, I have got a great special edition of Mind Renovation Show today for you. We have, drum roll please, a number of really great speakers from the Gateway to Freedom conference that's coming up here in November. This is something that you're not going to want to miss, guys. But before we get into the show today, just like always, I'd like to take a second and ask you to do a couple of things. Number one, if you're on this live stream right now, in order to help promote Gateway to Freedom, and if you like the content that you're receiving, this is absolutely free. It doesn't cost you anything to get this information. If you wouldn't mind, share the stream. Share the stream right now. Let your friends know, tag a person in it that you'd like to be on this program with you today. We're going to go for a while today. We started at 9 a.m. and we're probably going to go somewhere until around 12:30, 1 o'clock, somewhere around there today. And so this is going to be going on for quite a while today. You can pop in and pop out, listen to your favorite speaker. The agenda was at the very start of the show, and we've got a number of great speakers to talk with you. If you are tweeting today, please make sure you use the hashtag. It'll be on each slide, MindRenoLive, and share your favorite quote, share something that inspired you, and make sure that you let people know that you were on this live stream today, because we want to make sure that the Gateway to Freedom helps everybody achieve their financial freedom goals that are at least here in St. Louis or that's coming from all around. And lastly, if you've got questions today, drop them in the comments section. We want to make sure that our speakers have an opportunity to hear you and share and share with you some of the answers that you're looking for, that you came here seeking today. One of the other things I want to do today, and just to make sure, just for today on today's show, I want you to think back to a time where you felt the most confident, you felt the most bold, you felt the most successful that you ever have in your entire life. I want you to take a second and think back to that time. You got it? Now, what I want you to do is to touch yourself on the chest. And then every single time you have that feeling today, I want you to put in the comments the word freedom. The word freedom. Touch yourself on the chest and type the word freedom into the conference. And the reason is because you need to remember that feeling each and every time a speaker today says something with you or shares something with you that you feel can lead you to freedom. We want to anchor that in. We want to make sure that that feeling rides with you the rest of your life. That's why we do this show, Mind Renovation Nation. We want to help you renovate your mind and put you in a place where you know you can be extremely successful, whether it's real estate investing or whatever your endeavor is. But today I'd like to bring up our first guest, and that is the host of, co-host. There's Rich Groves is the co-host of Gateway to Freedom with his other host, Josh Wessler. He'll be on a little bit later in the show. I'd like to bring up Rich to the stage. Hey, Rich, how are you?
I am doing great, Nathan. Thank you very much for doing this and having us on.
Yeah, Rich, I know that you hold a couple of meetup groups here in St. Louis that followed your entire career for a long time now. You've been extremely successful in real estate. You've done flips. You're hosting this giant Gateway to Freedom event. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about the Gateway to Freedom and what your thoughts were when you put this whole thing together?
Yeah, I've gone to other real estate investing conferences around the country, and was always just all inspired about how amazing they are. You know, the combination of having speakers and just people that maybe you've never met before that you get to connect with. Really amazing thing. But the thing is, you always have to travel to, Vegas or LA or San Antonio or Chicago or Dallas or Miami or somewhere like that to go to something like this. So I thought, well, you know what? We've got an amazing pool of real estate investors here in St. Louis. why not tap into that? Why not reach out to the folks I know, folks that my close circle know, to see if they would be interested in speaking at our event? And what went through my mind was at December of last year, one of my meetups, I had like a panel of all. We invited all of our speakers for the year back, and most of them made it. And we had panels of speakers, and we had the most incredible attendance to that. And that just solidified my resolve that I have got to throw a conference like this coming up this year. So Josh and I tag teamed and built this together. And it's been an amazing experience. And we are so looking, we can't believe it's just barely a month away.
What was it that along your real estate journey that has helped you to be the most success, the point that you've gotten to now? I mean, you've got lots of people that come to all your meetup groups. You've done, lots of flips in the St. Louis area. What do you think is the one thing or the one piece of advice that just separates some of the things that you do versus maybe what some of those who are getting started in real estate or somebody like to learn a little bit more about real estate? What is it that separates you?
Yeah, so well, I don't know if it separates me so much, but I try to work with integrity. I try to do everything I do, honestly and openly. And when my wife and I started our business, I told her I wanted to look in the mirror every day and be able to look at the guy in the mirror and not be ashamed of who that is. So I like to be. I like to work with integrity. I like to be transparent. Maybe sometimes people would say I'm overly transparent, but I am transparent in what I do and how I do things. And I just love building, making relationships and building rapport with people. Like when I go to a house and walk through a house or whatever, I love actually making that connection with the person too. So I don't know if those are necessarily the keys to my success, but I really think they're big drivers in what I do. And I can be a stubborn son of a gun. And I don't give up. I don't quit. I do believe in the mantra that, you don't fail until you quit.
Yeah, for sure. What makes this Gateway to Freedom event so different and special compared to other things that have been out there in the market?
Yeah, so St. Louis, St. Louis is seen, and it's often a spot for any national guru type of national speaker sets that come through, and they'll do a few nights here and there at different St. Louis hotels or whatever. And I've been a part of those. I've attended those as well. With Gateway to Freedom, this is the first time, at least that I know of, where an event, and especially here in St. Louis, I mean, I've talked to old timers, no offense needed, and newbies alike, and I've been around in the industry since 2005, but this is the first time that anything like this is being held in St. Louis, where you've got a weekend full, 17 speakers coming.
Holy cow.
Yeah, not only that, the part I think that makes it different is that 16 of those 17 speakers are actually here in St. Louis. They live here, they work here, they do business here, they invest here. And you don't see that anywhere else. You go out to Vegas to one of those mega shows. Yeah, it's going to be a great show. It's going to be an awesome experience. It really is. But they're from everywhere, right? Here, we're talking about people from St. Louis, pouring into the room, giving back to St. Louis right here in St. Louis.
Yeah. Chuck Beckham actually had a comment here. Do you know any investors that invest in duplexes in St. Louis? And if Chuck went to Gateway to Freedom, is he going to get to learn anything about how to invest in duplexes if they're successful?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have speakers there that have experiences. You're also going to run into other attendees there that have experience in duplexes as well. And it just depends on your angle, right? If you're looking to house hack or you looking to rent both sides, I mean, specifically what you're looking for. But yeah, I guarantee you somebody's going to be there.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, in this event, I've been to a number of these different speaker conferences, and it seems like everybody's got a different, hard close that they use at the different conference, and they want you to buy a package or whatever. How is this event going to be? What's the experience going to be like for attendees?
Yeah, and that's actually, Nathan, that's one of the things that is going to set us apart. So I've been to, like I said, several conferences, and I'm sure a lot of your listeners have too, and viewers have too. But when you go to those conferences, it's like first day is jam-packed with information. That's great. Second day, and maybe just a sprinkle of the package. And the second day is like, okay, a third of the day is talking about their package and their mentorships. And the last day is almost 3/4 is talking about their mentorship. And with Gateway to Freedom, what we don't have an overall, mentorship package to sell you. So that's not the angle we're taking. We're bringing together a community of people to learn about real estate investing, whether they're all from the St. Louis area as far as the attendees go, or they're from all over the country. It doesn't matter. The point here is you got people with expert experience, and each one of the speakers might have their own mentorship package or their own coaching program or something like that. And we're going to give them each maybe 5 minutes at the end of their presentation to pitch it. But that's it. It's not going to be this heavy sale filled conference, and that's what's going to sell us apart.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that I love about you and what you've done here in St. Louis, Rich, is that from everything I've known about you since you started your meetup groups here in St. Louis, you have been value first. You have been nuts and bolts. How do I do this? How do I make myself successful if I decide that real estate is the right journey for my life? And the same way I know that St. Louis is the gateway to the West, I'm certain that this Gateway to Freedom conference is going to be the gateway to people's freedom here in the Midwest. And so I have another question that's being asked. When and where is the event being held?
Oh, that's fantastic. Appreciate that. That's November 4th and 5th is coming up. So that's 5 weeks away. November 4th and 5th here in St. Louis. It's in South County, St. Louis. And it's a place called the Aviator Hotel and Suites. It's right at, if you're from St. Louis, you'll know it. It's at Lindbergh and 55. If you're not from St. Louis, it is an easy trek from the airport or somewhere else. It's right off the interstate. So it's actually really easy to get to as well. A great, safe location. And it's great. Here in St. Louis, November 4th and 5th.
That's awesome. Appreciate that. What are some things as we wrap up here, Rich, because we've got a number of great speakers to get to today. What are some things that people should be prepared for, and what should they know prior to coming to this event? What do they need to have, bring with them, and how do they get tickets?
Yeah, so I would say bring an open mind. And I would also say check your preconceived notions at the door, because I've been doing kind of some Facebook Lives with some of our speakers this past week as well. And a couple of the folks that I talked to have been around for a long, long time. And I have been asking all of them, kind of a similar, like, why would somebody come to this conference? Even if they've been around for 20 something years or more. And it's like, look, you gotta check your ego at the door. You're going to learn something at this event. But what I would tell people is bring with them is a positive attitude, open mind, and a willingness to learn, but not only learn from the speakers that are on that stage, but learn from any of the other attendees that are there as well. They might have a nugget that you never even thought of, or that, wow, I completely forgot that. I've been doing this 20 years and I never thought about doing it that way. So bring an open mind and a positive attitude. And that's what, and you can expect to, I guarantee you're going to learn something over the weekend.
Yeah, so Rich, I'm going to have you stay on with our audience throughout the entire show today. And I'm going to have you do a little bit of conversation with each and every one of the guests. I'll probably have some of my own questions just to kind of provide some clarity and some things that we've been working on in our audience on the Mind Renovation Nation show on my YouTube channel. You can check that out. If you want to get more information that's like this, you can go to YouTube and just Google my name or YouTube my name, Nathan Bush, and put MBA behind it. It'll pull right up. So that's Nathan Bush MBA on my YouTube channel. It'll pull right up, and you'll get more information like this. And I might ask Rich some clarifying questions, because I want to make sure that our audiences, as they walk through the curriculum and journey that we have been taking them on the YouTube channel, that they get all of the answers and from the questions that they have been asking me, that I wanted to make sure I brought some of these experts on to introduce them to my audience. So thank you for doing this today, by the way. I am in a complete spirit of gratitude that you guys took the energy and effort to help coordinate this live cast event today and put together an amazing show. So who we have coming up here next is a process and procedure expert. If you don't know anything about real estate and you're learning about real estate right now, you want to know processes and procedures. This is probably, it's not, there's sexy topics, right? Like acquisitions, and there's sexy topics out there like renovations and what to do in the renovations and what's hot in the market right now. This is the one that actually makes you some money when you learn how to get these processes and procedures correct. So can you introduce our next guest, our first guest here for everybody?
Absolutely. So this is going to be Christina Aguilera, and I've known Christina from, if not her beginning, from very close to her beginning, and she's been a successful real estate investor for the past 9 years, and she has a background in insurance management and sales. Her company is called SOP Factory. And it's a passion project for her. I'm not going to share everything about her company because she can do that better than anybody else. But Christina is the real deal. She is a pure heart, and she wants to see people succeed, and she gets her joy from that as well. So that is who you're going to be talking to next, Nathan.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Christina. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
Thanks for joining us today.
I'm super excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
I am honored and excited, and our entire audience is excited. The hundreds and thousands of people that we have been sharing content with have been asking me because we have a property management company, and
Okay.
so they often ask me questions about property management and policy and procedures and things that we do and tools and resources that we do. Share a little bit about with everybody about your expertise and what makes you so unique in the real estate market in St. Louis.
Yeah, awesome. So, first of all, I do want to say I thought it was really cool. You're like, this isn't the sexy part, but this is the part that makes you money. So I appreciate it. I think a lot of times people focus so much on the sales process, but they really fail to realize like the way the whole thing comes together. Um, so I'll just give a little background really quick. So I've actually been investing for the last 9 years. And I started as a wholesaler. I went through one of the high ticket. I spent $90,000 on credit cards to learn wholesaling. And as you could tell, obviously, when you spend $90,000, you don't really have a lot of leftover money to do anything else, like actually buy real estate. So it was definitely a grind and a hustle for a long time. But the reason I got into processes and procedures was really because I was wholesaling, and then I was actually able to raise a ton of private money. So money wasn't the issue, it was scalability that was my issue. And because of that, I really realized like what the power of like delegating and building a team and putting in like actual like explaining to people how I was processing and making decisions so that people could also make the decisions the same way consistently over and over again. And that's what allowed me to scale. So I bought 300 single family houses here in St. Louis that I actually self managed for a long time until literally this month.
Wow.
So I know property management, the ins, the outs, the grit, the bad, the good, very, very well. So, I mean, I think really what it comes down to is understanding the flow. And if you don't know what it is, really leaning on experts that understand the process that goes into property management specifically, right? Especially in property management, you have marketing and sales and transaction coordinating that happens before you ever close the deal, but you're setting everything up for usually a unit turn or a handoff into management. And so, a lot of times, what I try to tell everybody is try to do one thing one time that allows you to do it like that trickles down the process so you don't have to continue to go back and find things. So, just really organizing everything and giving, even if it's yourself, even if you're a one man show, organization and putting your things together for scalability is even more important than when you have a team, because talent can kind of, make it seem like you have your stuff together if you have good talent. But if that talent walks out the door, you have a bigger problem.
Yeah, it's so important to have systems in place. Rich, based upon what you know about Christina, what are some things that the audience should begin to understand? And you can definitely ask her in the form of the question. She can explain it herself.
Well, here's what I'm going to say. So I'm going to say this real quick, Christina. Is that, and I'm not going to embarrass you. No, Christina is purely honest. I mean, she will tell you what it is. I mean, if you have issues, she will tell you the issues, and she does it from a loving place. She's not trying to beat you up or anything. She's genuinely trying to help you become better if you reach out to Christina for help. But Christina, what would you say to that question?
As far as can you ask the question again just so I can make sure I answer it properly?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nathan. You ask it.
Yeah. So what is one of the most important things that people need to know about you that sets you apart from everybody else that's going to be there on November 4th and 5th?
Honestly, I think just like the background, my background isn't like super niche and anything. So I still operate businesses. Like I still have a wholesaling company. I still have the property management. I just don't manage 300. I only kept 40 in management. Um and then the rest we handed off to a property manager. So just honestly like the wide variety of my background, what I've done in depth, not so much like surface level. Like I'm not telling you something because I heard somebody does it. I'm telling you because I've done it and I know what it looks like today. I know what's necessary from scalability. So I'm a fractional COO for a lot of different real estate investors across the country. So I have a pulse on flipping company, on construction company, new builds, just really like that overall knowledge that in different industries and different places that, and also the in depth knowledge of like systems, Podio, CRMs, how all of it kind of works together. I think that's really what I bring to the table, and probably the passion project aspect of it. So, like my heart, I lead with my heart. I want people to win. And so sometimes it's just one little tweak in what they're doing, and sometimes it's more than that, right?
Yeah, for sure. So let's pick one tip, one thing that if you are a real estate investor here locally in St. Louis, that you could put in place, or one tool that you could put in place that would make all of the difference in their business and give them immediate value right now. What's one thing that they could do?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is probably deal analyzing, right? It's what made me really successful was having like an easy equation based, emotionless way to analyze deals, right? So using a calculator, using a spreadsheet that really does remove that, and having a true buy box. I will say one of the things that I did really, really well early that paid off years later was a lot of market research, right? Like going to these events and figuring out why people what people purchase at, as far as like a return on investment, right? How are they analyzing deals? How are they making offers? So that regardless if you're a wholesaler or you want to invest and buy rentals, like you know what the norm is, right? So whenever you see a really, really good deal, you're going to be able to jump on it because you know it's better than what everybody else is buying it for. And I think that really that insider knowledge of how to analyze deals and making those decisions quickly is probably the biggest thing that you can really elevate in your business, regardless if you're a wholesaler, a flipper, a developer. Like it doesn't really matter how quickly you analyze deals, and consistently doing it the same way over and over again is probably the biggest advantage.
Sure, sure. When you got started, did you attend any like local meetup groups in St. Louis? Did you go around any of the clubs and groups, and
Yes.
did you get any real value from that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, like, so I'm not from St. Louis. So I moved to St. Louis, and then I didn't know anybody. So I actually got a job at a title company, and my job was to network. So I was literally at every RIA event. I was everywhere. Chamber of Commerce events, and honestly, I feel like that was such a competitive advantage. I met some of the most amazing people who had been doing the business 20, 30 years. And Rich said it perfectly. He said, all you need is one thing. And any event that I go to, whether it's local, national, like I'm just looking for my one thing that's going to get me another $1 million. I'm looking for my one thing that's going to get me an extra $100,000. Like that's all I'm looking for whenever you go into any event. And so yeah, it's all about the conversations. It is from the speakers. Obviously, you're going to get a bunch of value, but like getting out of your comfort zone and asking the questions to speakers and to other attendees was very valuable.
Sure, wonderful. So let me ask one more question here, and then I'll let Rich ask the final question.
Mhm.
But I'm being so selfish because I like
It's
to know,
okay.
I like to learn, and I hope the entire audience loves to learn this much. I mean, you have all these experts that are on the show today. Might as well ask the questions, right? So,
Exactly.
so what have
Get
been
get your
three?
free time in.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. What have been three of your most fulfilling accomplishments in real estate that you have had?
um, this is a good one. Honestly, so there's okay, I'll give you one that's like from purchasing property from someone, right? So the first one I'll say is it was like an older lady, and she was transitioning out of St. Louis, and she had been trying to sell her house for a really, really long time. So obviously, as you can tell, not as quick to move, but had really deep motivation and pain. So really like just really like following up with her, nurturing that conversation. I feel like a lot of us are in this microwave mentality where like I should call you today and you should be ready to sign and I should be able to close in 2 weeks and make my money and get out of the way. And from a scalability perspective and a business, like that's never going to happen. So just honestly, she was just a sweet old lady. And I'm not in the sales positions anymore. I'm usually just in underwriting. So anytime I get to jump back in that seat, it's just a very impactful role that I get to do, and just get people closer to their goals. I will say there's a local investor here in St. Louis, that I actually met through Rich that I've actually helped build systems for, and to see him actually invest in St. Louis has been really really cool. To see him build his portfolio and do the things that I was so passionate about at the beginning, the excitement and the thrill of like the first deal, the second deal, was is really cool. And then probably my other favorite real estate story. You have another speaker coming on today, and his name's Bryson Duval. And Bryson is one of my best friends. And I've seen his journey. You'll get to probably talk to him a little bit more. But I remember at the beginning of his journey, I had a meetup at my office, and he came to my office, and we spent the rest of the day together. And I didn't know him. He just knew me from social media. And I remember looking at him and saying, like, you have a skill set. And if you don't leave your job right now, he says the story, but he doesn't usually include my name in it. But I was the friend that told him to quit his job. Bro, you've done this. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You have proof of concept. Like, all we need to do is this, this, and this. And so, just really that action step. Like, I know what real estate has done for my life. It's completely changed it. It's provided me a lifestyle that's beyond my wildest dreams. I travel. I've met some of the most amazing people in the world through it. My tenants, just everything that I get to do because of real estate and because of a decision, honestly, is probably my favorite thing.
That's so awesome. All right, Rich, what final question do you have for Christina?
Don't make it too hard.
Oh, man, what is one? No, no. Honestly, Christina, if you knew somebody who was on the fence to come to this conference, what would you tell them? Like, why should they come to this conference?
Well, one, if you like me, this is probably a really good room to be in because it's going to be, it's going to be an intimate room. We're going to be able to get down to the nitty gritty. We have the VIP dinner. I'm actually speaking at another event a couple days prior, and I'm rushing back to make sure that I'm at that VIP dinner. So the biggest thing with any event, if you're on the fence, especially for this event, is that you have access to a ton of speakers. Most places you're going to get only 2, 3, 4 speakers max, and you won't really be able to talk to them. So I would say like this is just one of those events that, one, is put on by great people, but two, you're going to have an intimate environment. It is St. Louis. So if you're anywhere in the Midwest, right, like you can get here, Chicago, anywhere in the Midwest, like this is going to be a great focal point because, one, we're probably going to refer leads to you, right? Because now we know that there's someone in another market that we don't necessarily operate in. Two, you're going to build really good connections with great speakers. Just, the array of knowledge. I'm going to be honest, I probably never spoken at an event or even been to an event where the range of knowledge is so like from like Airbnb to this to that. And that's one of my favorite things that I love about St. Louis, honestly, is like you can have a really like cheap rental. You can have a high-end rental. You can do $1 million rehab. You can do $150,000 rehab. Like St. Louis literally provides everything. I'm not from this city, but I love this city. And I continue to, pour into this city and make sure that it has what it needs. So if you are on the fence, this is my invitation. Come hug me, come love on me, let me love on you, and give you all the resources that you need, point you in the right direction.
Wonderful. Christina, we have got a couple of questions that have come in, and I just wanted to make sure that the audience got their questions here. So here's the truth. I know that real estate can be a stressful endeavor sometimes, especially when you got 300 properties and the whole 9 yards. The question is, how do you make sure that you protect your mental health with all the things that you have going on?
That's a good one. I love it. I love it. So, really, I'm gonna say genuinely, like I put myself through so much. I put my body through so much. I put my mind through so much, and people saw it because I was very vulnerable and open about it. So I just want to say, like, don't get to that point. Like, don't let it get there, right? There's way better options. There's way better resources. There's community. There's people that want to help you. And I think a lot of it was that I thought I needed to do everything myself. And I'm gonna leave you with a nugget. There's a book called Who Not How, right? And that book, honestly, it opened up my mind to connections at a deeper, higher level. It opened up like how I serve people, but who I get to serve people with. And I think that has a lot to do with your mental health. Like we can say it doesn't, and you can say it's therapy and this, and yes, a lot of it could be therapy, but the reality at the end of the day is that you pretty much have everything that you need in a connection or a relationship that is close to you, or you will probably make in this room. And those things are really what allow us, like the process is what allows us to honestly like live in this freedom mindset, right? Like this freedom mindset of everything has a pace, a place and a place, right? Like everything has a place. And if you can understand that, I think honestly that's what freed me from my own mental my mental anguish, because I really put myself through a lot thinking I had to do everything. I had to be the one that made the decision, when really if I put together a clear roadmap and expressed the process and became the leader that I needed to be, the rest of it was very, very easy.
Perfect. Perfect. We got 4 minutes left.
Awesome.
Explain to the audience what freedom means to you.
Oh, okay. So I am literally living in my freedom right now. Um, and this is like just it's just such a big deal for me. Like I said, I've put myself through so much. No one else did that to me. I did it to myself. I put myself in that predicament. I made those decisions. But at the end of the day, like when you say that you want a certain thing, sometimes that's exactly how it shows up at your door. It just doesn't look the way that you did. So freedom for me looks like peace. It looks like easiness, flow, everything having order, being a leader, honestly, and delegating to a team that feels empowered and trust me and trust the vision and the strategy that we're going, the big picture and the big vision. But it looks like Christina on a beach. It looks like Christina at concerts. It looks like Christina with her family and her friends. That's really what freedom is to me.
That's awesome. That's so beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Rich, why should people come and listen to Christina on November 4th
I mean,
or 5th?
if you're not hooked, on Christina right now, just with these 15, 20 minutes here, then you must not have been listening. You probably you might want to check your speaker. It's probably muted, but no, honestly, you should hear Christina, because she is going to give you such an incredible insight to, like you mentioned at the top of the segment, is it's not the sexiest part, but it is the part that will make you money. It will turn things around for you. So you seriously, even if you've been doing this for 20 years, you can turn things around. But if you're getting started, holy cow, what an incredible part of your business to implement. So come get these tips and learn how Christina can help you.
Yeah, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Christina.
Thanks,
I hope you have a great Saturday. Thanks for taking your time to do this. Our audience and the entire Gateway to Freedom team, I'm sure, appreciates this very much for you being here. So thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a great Saturday. We'll see you guys at the event.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
You too.
All right. So, guys, Christina has been successfully investing in real estate for 9 years. And after years of insurance and management and sales, her company, SOP Factory, has a passion project for tools, training, and standard operating procedures, SOPs, and the support she wished she had while acquiring those 300 single family homes. You are not going to want to miss Christina's presentation at the Gateway to Freedom, November 4th and 5th. I'm just telling you right now, just based upon the 20 minutes that we got to spend together, you got tremendous amounts of value from that. And remember, if you did get tremendous amount of value out of that, put the word freedom in the comments. That's what we're doing. When you have that feeling, that emotional response to feeling that freedom that Christina just offered you, that's when you type freedom in the comments today. We also have a number of other great speakers that are coming up, don't we, Rich?
Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. Amazing speakers.
I'm super excited for one of the next speakers that we have coming up. And before we have the next speaker, and oh my gosh, we've got so many people typing freedom after Christina in the chats here. We got Travis, we've got Brian, we've got Jason. These people, they're feeling you, Christina. You did a great job. Thank you very much for being on the show today. The next speaker that we have coming up is a team building expert of sorts. Rich, tell me a little bit about what you know about team building before we get into this speaker's introduction. What are some things that you know about team building?
Yeah, I mean, team building is so key. I mean, real estate investing can be a solopreneurship. Sure, it can be. You can get out there and do things all by yourself. It's not a problem. You can bring a partner on or something, a spouse, a significant other, a brother, sister, aunt, uncle, whatever. But if you really want to scale your business, having a team in place is amazing. And it's not, and when people think I can't build a team, you may think that a team is somebody on your payroll, all right? Or maybe they're a 1099 employee. That isn't necessarily what a team is. A team is also the people that you surround yourself with, that you have access to at any given time. It's your title company. It's your real estate attorney. It's your tax accountant. It's your general contractor. It's all of these different people. Your mentors, any mentor you have, that's all part of your team, right? Our team building expert has done a tremendous job, an amazing job of building an incredible team here in the St. Louis area. And I'm sure, I know for a fact, the tips he's going to give are going to be able to be implemented anywhere, not just St. Louis, but anywhere, because he's just killing it. And it's great to know that he's going to be speaking with us on November 4th and 5th at Gateway to Freedom, which you can get your tickets at g2free.com, www.g2free.com. I know I forgot to mention that earlier in the segment when you asked me to, and I completely blew that off.
No worries at all. G2free.com, guys, G2free.com. Go get your tickets right now. Don't wait. Get the ticket. That's what we do this for, is to help you understand. If you thought Christina was fantastic and you learned anything from her, don't even hesitate. Just go buy the ticket, because you already know that there's going to be value there worth way more than whatever the ticket prices even cost. I mean, you heard she's going to be in the VIP room. Get in the VIP room. That's what you do. So in events like this, we've got other great speaker coming up right now that's going to be at the G2free.com event, November 4th and 5th. Who's this next speaker? Tell us the audience a little bit about them.
Yeah, so the next speaker is Lucas Walls, who Lucas has been doing this for quite a while here in the St. Louis area. He's got a business partner, Sam Prim, and they actually purchased their first rental property in 2014. They still own that house today, so they didn't even just buy it, get it fixed up, rent it up a little bit, and then sell it off. They still own that one, and they had full-time jobs. They kind of do like what a lot of people do, is you got a full-time job. You kind of build some passive income properties and assets to your rental portfolio. And then, they incorporated fix and flipping. And the cool thing about that is that they build 3 amazing divisions of their business, including a rental business. They hold up to $45 million or more. I think the last number I thought was like $46 million portfolio value, comprised of single-family homes, apartment complexes, storage facilities, vacation rentals, and they've got a flipping business. So they've got all 3 legs of the tripod there in real estate investing. And I don't want to steal all of his thunder. I want to let him tell you a little bit about himself. Otherwise, he's just going to sit there and smile and wave, right? So we want there he is. We want Lucas to be able to share his story with you too. But
hi, Lucas.
There you go.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How you doing? I can smile and wave. I'm good with that.
Well, welcome to the show. I am super excited that you're going to be speaking at the Gateway to Freedom show. Christina's fantastic, and you are another one of those people that are working in the St. Louis market that is doing a great job, crushing the game. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, appreciate it, Nathan, and thanks for having me, Nathan and Rich. Yeah, I'm Lucas Walls here. Like Rich was saying, we own, 3 main, I would call it for-profit businesses, and that's our flipping business, where we flip upwards of did over 300 houses last year. Our rental portfolio, about $46 million worth of cash flowing real estate, and then we did that so many times, and we saw these gurus out there trying to teach people how to do it, that we thought we were true experts in building a rental portfolio. So we started an education business as well, me and my business partner Sam Prim in all these. So that's pretty much our main 3 for-profit businesses. Lately, in the past couple of years, we started our passion project, which is a non-for-profit focused around mental health and strengthening mental wellness in our community, for our staff, for our team members, but also for our St. Louis community as well. So that's been really cool, growing that with my friends and family as well. And this all started, as Rich was saying, with that one house about 10 years ago, and it's been quite a journey since.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, Rich, you know a little bit about Lucas. You've known him over the years here in St. Louis, and why don't you share a little bit with the audience about, some of the strengths that you believe that Lucas is going to bring to the Gateway to Freedom from his presentation, and then I'll let Lucas talk a little bit about those strengths to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, like Lucas said himself, and I'll put this back on him, but like Lucas said, it started out with him and Sam, and they built their business to this big, nice size, big company, and several divisions of his company. So he realized, and I think Sam realized, they weren't going to be able to do this all themselves, right? So they had to build a team. They had to build a network around them to help them out. And the nice thing is seeing, whether it's from up close or from a distance, you see that these guys and Lucas being instrumental in that part is that they're doing things right. They're trying to build something that's going to withstand, any type of any type of difficulties they might face. You never know what's going to happen to the market. So they're not building a straw man. They're not building a house of cards. They're trying to build something out of bricks. So when the big bad wolf comes blowing, it's going to stay standing. What would you say about that, Lucas?
Yeah, I would agree. I think, we fell in love initially with real estate and investing, and that's how this all started. But since then, we've kind of fell in love with our team and building a team, and what that can, and the fulfillment that can come from that, and also the scalability and everything else that comes along with that as well. What we're building now, it's, we're up to about 50 team members, and those are true W-2 employees. And I feel like we're just getting started, because this is the foundation, our people, our culture, and they'll be the ones that help take us to the heights that we want to reach here in the future.
So, Lucas, I guess the first question I'd have for you is, how have you failed along the way? Because I think John Maxwell has a famous quote: you can go from failure to success, you just can't go from excuse to success, right?
Yeah.
So how have you failed along the way, and what have you learned in that journey, in that process?
Yeah, there's so many times I've failed. It's crazy. So I feel like I fail every day. That's what real estate is. A lot of little failures, and then boom, one big win, one big success, right? So I think it's really not what I failed about, but just my mindset around failure, and how I look at that as a learning opportunity and ability to grow from. So if you get in this business thinking that you're going to make every single right decision, and if something hits you in the mouth and you fall back and go away, this is not the business to be in. So you got to learn to be able to learn from your failures, because they're going to happen, and then just kind of switch your mindset around that and take it as a learning opportunity and go grow from that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. One of the questions that I get asked all the time, and I'd love to ask this question of you because I get asked it so much. What are some tips or tools that you use with your team in order to get them bought into your vision?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I think that starts, really early in the process, even before they're on the team, and just start communicating what the vision is very often. Number one, they have to know the vision, know the core values. What is vision? I think that's it's a great start. Like, people hear vision all the time. It's where we're going. It's culture. It's all these things combined. So what does vision mean to you? And then communicate that over and over and over. And I think that's a big part of it. And then we all look at trust, right? If we have trust bought into each other, not just me as the owner, but all throughout the team, if that trust is there, and I am communicating a vision, they're going to get bought in sooner rather than later. But it starts with me communicating that vision, even in the hiring process, early and often.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Lucas, you're doing such a great job. We have people that are actually asking questions right now. There's so many questions that are starting to come in, and we'll get to those questions in just a second. But I wanted to ask this question for you. How did you, when you first started, think back to when you first started Faster House and the 3 different legs and the arms, and you guys have, it seems like you have great vision here in St. Louis. Your name's all over all kinds of things. What did you do to find or get that vision for yourself of what you wanted to achieve? Was there a process you went through? Was there something that you did that led you into identifying that vision? Did it unfold along the way? How did it work for you?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Actually, it's a little more tactful or than I would than it could be. But we follow the book called Traction and use the EOS model operating system in our business, and it just explains how important vision is to your business, number one, and realizing that if everybody in the company has something that we're rowing towards together, how much more seamlessly we can all scale. So in Traction, there is what we call a long-term target. That's like the pie in the sky. Just throw it out there. Who cares how we're going to get there? Don't worry about it, but it needs to be in our head. And then we have a more tactful vision of a 3-year picture with actual steps that we need to take to achieve our 3-year picture. And in Traction, it has a document that we keep this in. We update it quarterly. We communicate it with our team on a quarterly basis as well.
That's awesome. Rich, what are some questions that you think people will have prior to coming to the Gateway to Freedom event, November 4th and 5th, that's coming up in St. Louis? What are some questions you think that people will have for Lucas and questions that they should come to the event asking in their mind?
Yeah, Nate. So, Lucas, what would you say, like when somebody they do want to grow, they do want to scale, maybe they're just stuck in a rut as a solopreneur and they'd like to, maybe scale a little bit, but they don't know how to do it. What kind of, I guess what I'm asking is what kind of things should somebody look out for when they're looking for somebody to help them in building a team or coming on board with them on a team?
Man, that's a great question, Rich. And it's probably like a half-hour answer, but I'll try to break it down as little as I can. So you've said this earlier in the program here, Rich, that real estate can be a solo entrepreneurship journey, and that there's nothing wrong with that. You can have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 rentals and have a property management company and you just are hands off at the beach. There is nothing wrong with it. That's the power of real estate. But if you want to build a team for other reasons and fulfillment and scalability, then I think you got to really start working on yourself as a leader. That's where leadership comes into play. And once you build that leadership, you can get people bought into your vision and get people on board. But then it gets a little more tactful for that. So build your leadership skills, then figure out what you're good at and what you're not good at. And that usually correlates with what you like doing and what you don't like doing. So what you're good at and what you like, keep doing it for, as long as possible until you can find somebody better than you to do that job. So the first, hire that I made was something I hated doing. I hated writing checks and keeping track of all the bills. I hated that. And I can vividly imagine sitting at my kitchen table 7 years ago and just writing checks and balancing checkbooks and recording transactions for hours each night. I'm like, this is not what I thought I wanted to get myself into. So that's really the first hire that we made, was that office manager position. And that helped me get out of the weeds and elevate and help scale the business and grow the business.
Awesome. I guess one of the last questions I'll have, and then we'll jump into some questions from those that are online watching the live cast today, Lucas. The last question I'd have for you around this topic of teamwork is leadership. If you're building a team, is extremely important. Whether it's inside team or outside team members, you got to have leadership. What are some leadership tools or examples or models that you use that kind of help set your business up for success?
Yeah, I think that leadership. Yeah, if everybody thinks of a a leader in their head right now that everybody's that they like or want to emulate. It's probably a different person for everybody. So, and I got some leaders that I've looked up to along my life too. So I've been lucky enough to have those awesome people in my life. And what I've done is just try to take the pieces that I think are most powerful and beneficial to myself and my team and try to implement them into my life. So there's I would call leadership an art and not a science. So, and the cool thing about that is you can create a leadership feel or a culture of your company of whatever you want. That's the beautiful thing about this. You just got to decide what that is and go all in and be authentic to yourself. So, yeah, so I would just say be yourself. Pick pieces from people you want to emulate and go be that person. And obviously there's a lot of great books along the way to help you build that leadership. Like Jocko Willing's got a great one, Extreme Ownership, Good to Great, Traction, talk about a level 5 leader. Cause usually what people look at as a true leader out there is not necessarily what a true leader should look like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. People are loving the book ideas. They're loving the book recommendations. And if you follow my show for any length of time, you know that I talk about books a lot. And that's because if you're a leader, you are likely a reader, and you're an avid student, right? You're disciplined of all the different trades and skills of the things that you're trying to achieve and accomplish. That's called being intentional. So we're extremely excited to be able to ask you some questions. They're coming in online. I'm going to throw one up from Jason that's on the screen. He wants to know, how do you find great team members to help you with your flipping business, mainly contractors, laborers? How do you attract them to your business?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, if they know about your business before your initial conversation with them, it's always easier, a better segue into getting them to work for you. So, and then that comes to branding, right? It could be, if it's just yourself and you're looking to attract contractors, put what you're doing on social media. Everybody loves to see those before and after pictures or video walkthroughs of a house. I'm running low on battery here, guys, so give me a second. I'm gonna plug this in. But reputation, and then treat them fairly as well. So contractors, there's a lot of tactful ways to go find them, but I would start with your network first. Ask relatives, ask friends, ask business partners for referrals, and that'll help shorten that learning curve there.
So that's an incredible answer, because I think it is important that we have a brand that is attractive, that other people want to work for. Whenever you are doing anything in this world, you got to have a reputation that other people want to follow. And that brand is not just those before and after pictures, but really what it is your integrity, showing others that this is what we do and we do a great job when we do it. And then other people want to be a part of that. Wouldn't you agree, Lucas?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a beautiful way to say it. I think to get people in the door and to learn about you, it's that flashy stuff, that before and afters, but to have sustainability and to get people to trust you and like you, want to work for you, it's that integrity, it's that communication, it's all those other things that people kind of forget about every once in a while, and that's why their relationships suffer.
So then I would say one of the other questions that we have coming in is tied right into a question that I had for you on the side. I'm just going to ask it my way. I apologize to the person that asked it in their way, but I'm going to ask it in a different way, just for the purpose of the show today. In what areas of your life are you most consistent or inconsistent?
Ooh, in what areas of my life am I most consistent or inconsistent? Kind of comes at a good time, that question. I'm reading the book called The One Thing by Gary Keller. I've read it before, but it's been years, so I wanted to reread it. And it talks about discipline a lot in that book, and how discipline's almost kind of a myth, right? What discipline is, or what allows you to do, is develop a habit. That's all it does. So you need that, 3 to 6 months of developing a habit, and once that's gone, you don't need discipline. So I would call it, I'm going to reframe that question just a little bit and call it my what's the, like, things that I'm not willing to go without, right? And that's my exercise in the morning. That's my spending time in thought or meditation or prayer or whatever that is for you, that's my family time. So I've been lucky enough to be able to build a business where I get to spend time with my family in the morning. I go to work, I bust my ass from 8 to 5, and I come home and I get to spend time with my family again. So it used to not be like that, where I was working weekends and nights, and there's some times where I got to jump back in and do that. But long term and in general, I like to keep those time blocked out for my families. So.
Awesome. Wonderful. Yeah. So that will bring us to the conclusion with the time that we have with Lucas. I'll let Rich do the final kind of walkthrough and question here. And then I have one final question for the takeaway. But the question that I have for you, Rich, is we should have did this with Christina, and I want to make sure that we do this for everybody today. There is a promotional code that people can use in order to get some dollars back on their tickets, I think. And if you like what Lucas had to say and you want to see Lucas, what's the promotional code that people can use when they attend the Gateway to Freedom and go get their tickets at www.g2free.com?
Yeah, and this is a big one. We're doing this for 24 hours only, so we will shut it down at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and it's just for your viewers and the people who've seen this. But for the next 24 hours, if they use the promo code Nathan, that's your name, Nathan. If they use the promo code Nathan, they're actually going to get 50%, not $50, 50% off either the general admission or the VIP ticket. So that's huge discount right now. Just wanted to do this as a special because of this hype that we're building with the sneak peek that we're doing right now.
Holy cow! That's guys. If you're in my audience, go buy your ticket right now. Don't even wait. Just go get it. Go to g2free.com, and I didn't even know they were doing this. Promo code Nathan, and they will give you 50% off of your tickets. Like, don't wait around. That's something like there's value in what they're doing right now, worth way more than the amount of money you're going to put into it. Here's one thing I can promise you, if you're in my audience, I wouldn't bring somebody on that wants more from you than they ever want for you. And so I want to make sure you understand that how much effort and energy goes into coordinating an event like this, putting all of the people together, all of the stuff that they're doing. This is a labor of love for you that they've put this event on. It comes out of a heart and a passion and a desire for freedom, which is what we're talking about with the Gateway to Freedom event. So I'll come back to you, Lucas, and ask you the final question. We got about 4 minutes now. What does freedom mean to you?
Yeah, I think the word freedom, first of all, I feel like it's a little cliche nowadays. It's been overused because it's such a powerful word. People love it, right? But freedom to me means 100% control of being in 100% of control of your time, money, and happiness. That's what freedom means to me.
100% in control of your time, money, and happiness. So thank you very much, Lucas, for being with us today. I hope everybody wants to go now to the Gateway to Freedom event to see not only you, Lucas, but also Christina, Rich, and some of the next guests that we have coming up. I totally appreciate your time. And again, I have to say very much thank you for taking the time to attend and be with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. This is just a sneak peek of what the actual event's going to be like, but it was a lot of fun, and excited to see you guys again soon.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Lucas. Appreciate you, buddy.
Like Amazon says, Rich, right? If you like this, you'll probably like that as well. And so we want to make sure that we give you all of the tools, the resources, the tips, the ideas that you need in order to be successful in real estate. And I can't, we tried to get as many speakers into today for the time slots that everybody had available for you online, and get as much information to you today so that you can understand what you're purchasing when you go to the Gateway to Freedom. That's g2free.com. Rich and Josh Wessler, who is going to be our next guest, were so kind as host of this event to put together a promo code for our audience. With just use Nathan is the promo code, and you will get 50% off your ticket price, guys. I can't thank you, Rich, for doing that for everybody. I really appreciate it.
And we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to spotlight the event, and we believe in it. And we're very humbled that you believe in it as well.
Well, I've been excited about our next guest all day because he's not only a co-host of this event, but he's also a personal friend of mine. I'm super excited for our next guest that's coming up. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit about your co-host of this event, Rich?
Yeah, sure. No, absolutely, Nathan. So this is Josh Wiesler. He is a real estate investor as well as a coach. He's a financial and more of a mind shift coach and a mindset coach. And I'm not doing it any justice at all. He helps people improve themselves so they improve their businesses and their personal life. And I know I'm butchering that up, and I know he's going to be able to say a lot better, more about that. But I've known Josh now for almost 2 years, and every time I meet Josh, I walk away a better person. And it's not for an intentional, like he's trying to make me a better person. It's just he always rubs something off on me that I keep around to make me better. And I am very grateful and so full of gratitude to have known Josh over these last 2 years. And without Josh's help and guidance along the way with putting this conference on, we wouldn't be putting a conference on. So I had thought about putting the conference on December of last year, and I was talking to kind of Josh offline and said, yeah, I really want to do this. And he's like, let's reach out, let's do it. So without him, it would have just been one of those, I'm going to do it someday kind of thing. But the help and guidance and assistance from Josh has made this a real thing that we are so super excited about. But it's not about me, it's about Josh. So here is Josh Wiesler.
What's up, Josh? How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a good morning. How can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Fantastic. All right. Got the background rolling.
Love the background. I was going to say, love the background.
Went and found it. So, yeah, man. No, Nathan, I greatly appreciate you giving kind of everybody a taste of what our event is going to look like with our speakers. And then as well, this is one of those, Zig Ziglar talks about, you get what you want when you help enough other people get what they want. And this is, for me, a perfect example of that. Rich had mentioned. So for me, I'm a transformational coach. We're a business coach for higher performing small business owners. And I'm really big on helping people do, as Rich just said, the things that they think, someday they'll get to. And he mentioned this in passing, and I know that I enjoy speaking up in front of stage and having an event like this. We've never had one in St. Louis. So he mentioned it in passing, and it goes, that light bulb went off of like, hey, this is a synergistic thing with what you are doing and what you want to do. And, your skill set can help him do this transformation to have this event that he's never had. And so it was just kind of divine intervention you look at. And I know we've both grown immensely over these past couple months and just like hosting this event and promoting it and learning. And I'm sitting here watching, I kind of hijack the conversation. I'm sitting here watching you, Rich, Nathan, Christina Aguilera, Lucas come on, all the people that I consider, friends and allies in our business, and just immense gratitude for everything that's happening with this. It's really amazing.
Yeah, well, the audience today is getting tremendous amount of value. It's saying, one of the comments online real quick, just so everybody knows, so we can make sure that this gets cleared up. It says, can we get a link to sign up for the page in the chat? And yes, the answer to that question is yes. We will get you a link in the chat in just a minute for you to be able to go to g2free.com. That's www.g2free.com, so that you can sign up, click the button, add the promo code Nathan. That still shocks me that you guys were able to do that for my audience, but Nathan, and you'll be able to get 50% off on your tickets. Now, back to you, Josh. I want to know some information from my audience's perspective and from my own personal perspective. So I'm going to ask you, because we're friends, and so I get to ask you a little bit deeper questions. What does it mean to be personally aware?
Oh, wow. I was not expecting a question like that. All right. So for me, personally aware, I really do love this question. Personally aware, Lucas kind of touched on it a little bit. When we talk about freedom, this is where, for me, personal awareness means, do you really understand what is motivating you and what is actually going to be freedom for you, and what do you really want your life to look like, and what do you have that is a habit for you that is keeping you from experiencing that? It's just a habit. I'll be speaking at the event about like your relationship with adversity and fear and how it's actually given a bad rap, and we approach it as something we don't want. But in reality, it's actually the thing that will get us to where we want to go. And you develop that personal awareness of what's important to you. You develop that personal awareness of the support systems you need, where you need to change, all through those processes of handling and like going through that adversity piece. So for me, that it's very important. Personal awareness, man, I could talk on that thing for probably an hour and a half, right? But yeah, it's really, really coming to terms with who you are, how you want your life to look, how you want to show up in the events in life. And again, we're not all going to be perfect. It's going to be a process over time, but it's that continual. I look at business and I look at everything that we do as personal development, whether it's your business, whether it's your personal relationships, your kids, like those are the three areas that are really gonna show those things for you. I hope that answered your question. Did I give?
For sure. I mean, honestly, anybody who does anything in life, before I got on this event today, there's a sense of fear. There's a sense of, oh my gosh, I don't want to mess this up. I want this to go well. There's that sense of, in complete transparency, there's that, did I do the right thing kind of thought process that runs through your head. But then after you get into it and you start doing it, that's one of the things I learned from you is after you take the action, that fear goes away. That fear becomes now your passion, which is the next question that I have for you, which is, can you discuss with our audience and help everybody understand how passion helps you reach your full potential?
That's great. All right. So I do remember, just taking it back a little bit, I remember I had a mentor back in the day, actually ended up being a con man. And, we talk about failures in the industry and, you learn through failing. Got connected with this guy. And one of the things he said to me, really that I did take to heart was, he called me out for having no passion in my life and not being passionate about what I was doing. This was, over a decade ago. And can you ask the question again, just so I can tie it again?
Really quick? Can you discuss with our audience and share with me kind of just how passion helps you reach your full potential?
That's right. Okay. So for me, I kind of went on a journey after that to figure out what I loved. We tie it back to that personal awareness. If you're not personally aware of what you're really wanting to do in life, you're gonna go with the wind. And I did that for years because my partner Grant in our coaching company, he talks a lot about your life beliefs and where you're passionate about, where you're excited, how you want to show up, because those will tie into what you're gonna end up being really good at. I think they did a study. I can't name the university, but they showed it's not necessarily, it was kind of like swimmers. They determined that swimmers weren't swimmers because they worked really hard at being swimmers. They had a natural talent and inclination genetically to be like that body type. And then as they go through it, they realize they get more and more and more ingrained in it and become more passionate about it. It's the same thing with real estate. It's the same way with business. You're going to become more passionate as you continue to recommit to the business and the life that you want. And you only do that through your adversity, and you do that through going outside of your comfort zone and facing or addressing those fears. Your passion starts coming through when you connect. Lucas made a great comment about it around your vision. If your vision is solid, and so like a great example is this event with Rich and I, right? So we had the commitment we made, and multiple people have talked about how this is a passion project for Rich and me. It's a labor of love for Rich. It's a labor of love for me. We're passionate about it. And the commitment you make in the beginning is just to do it. I want to get the experience of having this. That means I'm willing to take whatever comes into play to make it happen, including the adversity, including those other things that are going to build our skills and give us the experience to make this event happen, and have the next one, and have the next one be more effective. I've had multiple people already ask me like, hey, what did you learn? Like, what's the biggest learning lesson you've taken from this already? Well, it's where our failures have come from. Our marketing process and our we've been learning that on this event, like how to have an event, how to market it, how to do all these things, because we didn't know out of the gate, right? It was just, we had an idea, we had a vision, and we know we were going to make it work, whatever that took. Does that make sense?
Well, and you can definitely see that in some of the things that you guys are doing as we get closer and closer to the event, right? That's one of the things that successful people do that unsuccessful people never do, and that's called make adjustments. make adjustments. We have to make adjustments
Right.
to achieve the things that we want to achieve.
Yeah, we're real big. A couple different concepts for us that we really lean into is one is reciprocation. So as you can see through like our speakers and events, they're not doing this with the anticipation they're going to make a ton of money off of this. They're actually doing this out of serving and paying it forward to the next people. And for us, it's reciprocation. So they're getting a piece out of this. They're getting fulfillment. They're going to be able to talk a little bit about what they've got going on, and they'll, obviously put people in their funnels, whatever it is, but that's not the main intention. And so we're working off of reciprocation. And the adjustment piece that we talk about is our like we take concepts, we take plans, and then we make actions out of it. And when you talk to investors normally or business owners, it's like, hey, how are you going to increase your lead generation? How are you going to do this better? We go straight into the tactics. And so we need to architect a little more. But as you talked about with the review and pivot, what ultimately happens is they go into the tactical, we execute the tactical for a little bit, and it doesn't have the success we expect, and then we give up on it. Either I'm not good enough, or whatever that mental junk you're dealing with, that's what gets you stuck and makes you quit, as opposed to you hit that wall of adversity and you have to reanalyze your concept. You have to go back to your plan. You have to readdress your strategy, and you got to make pivots. And that's what, we've been going through that for the past 6 months with this. And it's amazing. And the event's going to be great. And that's what we're committed to. And through that piece of reciprocation, we have people that are coming out that are like, hey, like Nathan, you are an amazing example. We've had some great conversations, and it's like, hey, I want to help you guys with this because I know it also will help me and the people that I serve. That's what this business is. Like, personal development is without a doubt ingrained in business and business development, if you really look at it that way.
Yeah, and my audience knows this about me too, because I run a live cast pretty much every Friday. As long as I'm not on vacation or something else going on, I do a live cast literally every Friday at noon. And what's the biggest difference between, I think, the value that I provide and a lot of other people that are out there is that I'm not asking for your email address to join my live cast. I'm not asking for your email address to be a part of this live event today. All we said was, hey, come get some free information. Learn from the people who are going to be doing this at the event. You don't need to sign up, give up, pay up, do up. You just get free value that's given to you because we care. And again, we as a team, we is a Rich, Josh is the Gateway to Freedom, and myself, we want more for you than we could ever possibly want from you guys. So thank you very much as my audience for being on the show. I want to ask this question, Josh, because this is what you do. And the question is, what's the difference between doing what you want and doing what you're good at, since you're a coach? What's the biggest difference between doing what you want and doing what you're good at? I'm asking Josh the tough questions, guys, in my audience, because I know him personally, so I can be a little bit more direct about it.
Yeah. Nathan gives me the gut punches every so often. So the difference for me between what you want and what you're good at, there are a lot of things in life that you will be good at that you won't necessarily be great at. It's a natural talent, but unless you want to do it, you're not going to go out and seek opportunities to do it.
For sure. For sure. And sometimes the things that we want, we haven't learned all of the skills yet, right? So that's a big deal, is that, for those in my audience that are learning real estate, you're learning how to do small multifamily real estate, or maybe there's a different avenue and you're just utilizing some of the content to get better at some of the things you're doing in real estate. Sometimes it's okay to not be good at something, but it be something that you want, that you're developing a skill in. Would you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, and that was the next piece I was going to touch on after I thought about it for another second, is you can want to do something amazingly, and there will be a roadblock, a mental roadblock. It's like, man, I just can't get there. I can't force myself to do it. I know it will work in my business. That's a mindset piece where you've got to work through. And by working through that, you will get good at it, and it will be tied into what you want. It's going to end up being great. It's going to be one of your greatest assets. It's just a matter of getting over that hump of the roadblock that's stopping you from doing it. And all it means, the fear, the resistance, that block, all it means is that you care about what you're doing. However, when we get stuck, it's normally because we attach it to our self-worth. We attach it to how we show up as a human. We attach it to who we are as a person, as opposed to just say, hey, there's something here that I can learn and grow with, and that will get me to where I want to be. It's just a different perspective shift.
For sure. And that's why people need a coach. That's why you get a coach, is so that you can get to that place that you want to get to, and also build the skills that you want to build along the way, because it's going to be tough and you're not going to be able to sit there and do it on your own. There's no motivation enough to hold an undisciplined person accountable. Zero. There's no motivation enough to hold an undisciplined person accountable.
Definitely true. And coaches, we can't make you do anything. What we really do, for me, how I look at it is, I look at it as kind of like satellites. What is happening for most people is you've got a roadblock, you've got a blind spot is what's happening. Rich, you talked about it with your critical thinking the other day at your event or at your RIA. You've got a blind spot, and your blind spot was designed directly from you. So you have trouble. You can't see it normally. And so how satellites work on the planet, if you're a flat earther, that's not going to resonate. But as a planet, satellites, Rich is dying. Satellites can only see a portion of the planet. They have a specific view that they can see. How they see the other side of the planet and connect those communications is they bounce off of other satellites to get a different perspective. That's what coaches are. That's what your team can be. That's what your support system will be. They're going to help you see the places where you've got habits and you've got mental processes that stop you from succeeding in a certain way to keep you safe. All it's doing is keeping you within what is known. That's where the phrase, get outside your comfort zone happens. You're stuck in a blind spot. That's really all it is. And so that fear is an indicator of where that blind spot is operating, and lean into it. You're going to build a skill set that's going to take you to the other side of where you feel blocked.
Gosh, that's so good, guys. If you're not getting anything out of today's event, you don't have a pulse. Like, this, just all I could say is that these guys are delivering nugget after nugget, wisdom after wisdom. They know they only had 20 minutes, and so they were taking the time. They prepped their work, and they're just delivering like rock stars today. Thank you for that, Josh. That piece of wisdom, that is excellent and properly worded and said. I couldn't have said it ever any that articulate. That was incredible.
I
Rich,
really appreciate that.
Question for you. Why do people need to go and listen to Josh at the Gateway to Freedom event coming up?
Oh, I was going to ask Josh that too. Why should? No, I'm joking. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, if you're just now joining and you don't know, I mean, Josh is going to knock your socks off. He's going to give you some insights to yourself, to your business, to how you can do things better, how you can become a better person, period. But if you've been listening this whole time, then I think that question answers itself. But if you just jumped on, Josh is the real deal. I know I've said that for a few people here now, but it's real. It's, part of the reason why we've asked these specific 17 people to join us is they are the real deal. We're not putting any shaman up in front of you. We're not putting any fakesters out there, any hucksters. Nobody's going to try to sell you any snake oil. But Josh is going to show you some ways that you can better yourself in your business, and better your business. Specifically, Josh, tell everybody what your topic's going to be.
Yeah, so it's going to be around how your relationship with adversity and fear, and tying this all kind of in together with that topic. Everyone on this call, everyone that's going to attend, everyone in business has these adversities. And a lot of times we all think it's individual to us. Nobody understands my process. Nobody understands my problems. Nobody understands this. And that's true. Nobody really understands the specifics of your problem. However, the underlying roots of your problems are all going to normally be the same. There's only a set amount in the world that happens, and it comes from either a mindset, it comes from a relationship, it comes from whatever the underlying cause is, and you got to solve that cause. And if you're anywhere in your business and you're experiencing some resistance, some blockage, some like, hey, this feels like it's not good enough, there is going to be someone on this panel that is going to be able to help you specifically. And if you have that problem, come to the event, talk to me specifically, and I'll tell you who you need to talk to. Because whether it's, hey, I have financing issues, we can talk to the Subject to and the Creative guys and Frank Ruzicka. And we can, like, if you have a mindset problem, we can have a conversation with Sean McCloskey, Mike Kitko, myself, Kevin Duragi. If it's networking, Kevin. If it's building a team, as you heard with Lucas, like, any obstacle you are facing in your business, if you do not want that solved, don't attend our event. If you want to get a relationship and you want to get more information on how to solve those problems and move through them and move to the next level in your business, you need to be at our event, without a doubt. And with this promo, if you don't sign up today and you're on this call and that any of that hit with you, we'll see you at next year's, because you're going to be in the same spot.
Yeah, that's called an IQ test, right? Like we throw those out every once in a while as business owners just to test the marketplace and see, okay, what type of IQ are we dealing with right here?
And that shows you who you work with. Like,
yes,
and there's nothing wrong with it. There's where everyone is at is exactly where they need to be in their process. We're all popcorn, man. We're all going to pop at different times in our process based on the heat and the adversity we go through and how we handle that. So
I guess, Josh, one of the last questions I'll have, and then I'll open it up to some of the people that are on the live cast here for questions. But have you ever worked with a coach, and what did you learn from the process of working with a coach?
Yeah, I worked with a coach, one of our speakers, actually, Mike Kicko. I've worked with a bunch of different coaches, anywhere from mindset coach, some personal development coach. My partner, Grant, started off as one of my coaches. And what I learned is through those relationships, they are mirrors, they are reflections. Again, they are one of my satellites to help me navigate my blind spots, depending on what that blind spot is at the time. So I've got a healer, I call her, Nancy, who's amazing. I coached with Mike Kicko. One of the things I really learned with Mike Kicko, so I joined his group, and I learned how I can provide value to people that I thought were extremely more successful than me. And that has been huge, especially for a lot of people that walk around with feelings of inadequacy or insignificance. It's because we haven't found where our value is for ourselves and knowing what we're really good at and what we're passionate about. And as you start leaning into that, you realize, those other people will start reflecting where that value is for them, because you'll start attracting different people. And so I don't know if that answered your question fully, but I kind of went on a tangent there. But
no, it's perfect.
Yeah. So really, for me, and I'll just go off on this tangent, like the coaches are a necessity for me, and part, as Luke talked about, they're part of your power team. Like they're going to be the people that are a outside view of your life and can give you if they do their job, whoever, but they can give you an unbiased look at your experience and what you're helping or what you're experiencing, and help you find that blind spot that you're operating from if you feel it's not going the way you want it to go.
For sure. Those blind spots are important things to understand about ourselves. There's a lot of people online right now. Every time we have an emotional response to that feeling that we had, that when we finally felt successful, had that first feeling of joy in our life where we knew that we accomplished something of great value, that's called the freedom feeling. And so I've asked you online, if you're having that feeling anywhere that the speakers are sharing, and you get that feeling to come back, type the word freedom. And that's to help you understand what the feeling's going to be like at the event when you go to the Gateway of Freedom event that's coming up here on November 4th and 5th. And Rich and Josh, for those that are just joining us right now, why don't you tell them a little bit about the special promotion that you and Rich put together for those that are watching this live cast or attending this live cast on replay in the next couple of hours?
Yeah, definitely. So for the next 24 hours, and what I want to tie in here is that feeling of freedom, Nathan, is very huge, because in order for you to feel and experience freedom in your life, you have to know what it feels like. Otherwise, you're not gonna connect it to that vision, and it's not gonna be strong enough to get you through the adversity you're gonna feel that's gonna want to make you quit. And so whether this is where you've got to find out what freedom looks like for you as well. There's a great book called Drive for Sales from Woody Woodward, and it talks all about motivations and your feelings around this. And it could be anything from like, hey, freedom for me is having the lifestyle I want. Freedom for me is doing the things with the people that I love in my relationships. freedom for me looks like having systems, as you heard from Christina, having systems in place to where I can do what I want when I want. For me, freedom is being in an environment and creating things that validate me on a daily basis. And because that's where my growth has happened. And then the last one is where your executives, where it's like freedom for me is just control of everything and the money to have it. And it's almost like a video game. And so we all have these different motivations. Finding yourself, what is freedom for you and what it feels like in those moments allows you to craft what your future looks like in freedom, if that makes sense. Because if you're crafting something and it's not going to feel like freedom because you don't know what freedom feels like, then you're throwing darts at a dartboard with a sheet over the front of it, hoping that you're going to hit the bullseye. It's not going to happen for me, in my experience, and the people and the business owners I work with. So,
sure.
And with all that being said, come to our event and find out what that looks like. And right now you've got a code. If you put the code Nathan in when you go to the events or the event sign out screen and the ticket purchasing screen, you're going to get 50% off of your ticket. Again, like this is already
I'm still shocked.
This ticket price, like we priced against other people. We've priced against the market. We priced against the normally these happen on the coast. This price, even there's a couple boot camps that happen in St. Louis. We are a tenth of that price to begin with. And then we just gave you 50% off as well. Like, again, and this is why people say this is a labor of love for us. This right now, this first year and getting this done for St. Louis, this is not a super huge moneymaker. This is a passion project for us. Like getting this done and getting people in the seats to grow the event so that we can have these year over year in St. Louis.
Yeah.
One of the questions that came in for both of you, and I'll let Rich start off with the answer, and then Josh, you can fill in any gaps. What is some of the value outside of the speakers that you get from purchasing tickets? And can you kind of explain the tickets and the pricing and all that kind of stuff to everybody?
Yeah. So the value is in more than just coming to see the speakers, right? Because I've had some people walk up to me and say, "Hey, why should I buy a ticket? I know every single one of those speakers. I could call them anytime and talk to them." That's absolutely. But I guarantee you're not going to know every single one of the people in that room, and the networking opportunities and the potential business opportunities and the learning opportunities, not just from the speakers, but the people that are there as well. So, and they weren't saying it. And the person who mentioned that to me wasn't saying it in a combative way. They were kind of joking about it. I think, matter of fact, I think they've already bought their ticket, but it brought to mind, my front of my mind that people might be thinking that, but the value in these events are more than just the speakers that are on stage. Yeah, there's a huge amount of value there, but the other opportunities that present themselves in networking with people you've never met before, or rekindling relationships that maybe you let die throughout the years, or whatever, you never know who's sitting next to you. Maybe it might be your next business partner. Heck, it might be your next partner. It might be your next, I don't know, you might be sitting next to your next wife or husband. I don't know.
Right. That's good too. Yeah. And that's it too, especially for me, like your net worth is your network. The not just seeing the speakers education wise, but building the relationships in the room and investing in yourself in your education. When you put money down, it's not a matter of it's a cost. It is an investment in yourself and your belief that you are going to take the necessary actions to move forward. One of the things I coach with another company that we would train anybody, and Christina mentioned, it's like the goal is to go in with an intention of this. I'm going to find one thing that is going to elevate my business. Don't go into this thinking you're going to solve all of your business problems and it's going to be a magic bullet. If you have that if you have that mentality, go to the event and then come talk to me and I'll help you with it.
For sure. And just to capitalize on that, the special promotion code, it's just a special promotion code. We're doing this 24-hour period. Right. It is not like an indication of a fire sale or anything like that at all. Not at all. It's just a special thing we're doing for you guys, you and your audience, Nathan, and anybody that spent time jumping on this live today.
Well, I'm still shocked by that. We got 2 minutes left, and Josh, you've shared a little bit about what freedom meant to you. Why don't you tell everybody what their attendance at this conference means to you?
So everyone's attendance at this conference for me is, again, I talked about it earlier, freedom. It's validation that, Rich and I were able to come together through this divine intervention and really craft something that is going to serve and is bigger than both of us. That's really what this has become. Like, we didn't anticipate the amount of talent that we were going to recruit. It actually became more and overwhelming. Like, and Nathan, you're familiar, we've got people that are like, hey, I want to speak, and we're like, we're over the thing. Like, and just a culmination, people attending this event, a culmination of really just the power that we as humans have to impact other people's lives.
That's awesome. Thank you very much for attending with us, Josh. And don't forget, hang on till the end of the show. We'll bring you back, and we'll close out the show with you and Rich together as co-hosts of this event. All right?
Yeah, fantastic.
Thanks, man. All right, Rich, we have got another speaker coming up. But before we do that, I know that we just spent quite a bit of time talking about the G2free.com. You can go there and get your 50% off ticket by using the promo code Nathan, Nathan. It's right there on the screen. That's called an IQ test again. Outside of that, we have Travis here. He said that it allowed him to get him and his wife a ticket to the Gateway to Freedom because of the generosity, guys. And so that, look, Rich, you're saving relationships now. Husband and wives are able to go together.
That's right. Now it's like buy one, get one free, right?
Yeah. No, that's incredible. And here's something else I learned a long time ago. You always want to, if you can afford it. This is not to get more tickets sold. This is to help you build relationships with other people, what I'm about to tell you in my audience right now, okay? So please understand this from the perspective of trying to help you succeed and hit your goals. If you have the financial capability, it always makes sense to buy an additional ticket to bring other people with you to an event. Now, it's some of you that might not sit right with, and I understand that, which is why I'm taking the time to explain this to you. Because when you add value to other people's lives, that value comes back 10 times, guys. 10 times. We talk about this on the Mind Renovation Nation show all the time, where we're talking about the importance of you'll never be bigger on the outside than you are on the inside. And that generosity of giving to other people, that open willingness to bring somebody with you to an event like Gateway to Freedom, it changes not only the relationship with you and that person, because they know you care about them and you want to see them succeed and you're adding value to life. It changes you as a person because you're a person who gives first. You're a person who gives first. So if you're watching this online, Rich, tell them again, what's the website that they can go to?
Yeah, they can go to www.g2free.com. That's g2free.com. You'll see all the speakers, the entire speaker lineup, their background, their bios. You'll see the topic, the topics that we're going to be covering in the event. And you'll actually, if you are coming from out of town, there's a hotel discount at the hotel that we're staying at. So you can actually click there. It'll take you right to the discount for the hotel. If you have any issues with that at all, you can reach out to me, either email or Facebook or whatever social media. Let me know. You can also call the hotel directly and let them know that, hey, I can't get this, but there's only a small block is what I'm trying to say. There's a small block of rooms that we've set aside at that discount, and it's basically a 33% discount. So it's an incredible discount if you're coming out of town, or even if you are in town, but you just want to stay the night Saturday night because you're having a great time networking with everybody. I mean, you could do that too. But it's g2free.com, the letter G, the number 2, the word free.com.
Awesome. And now let's tell everybody a little bit about our next guest, Jeff. Rich, I'm super excited for Jeff. My audience, guys, if you've hung in here till now and you've been on this show the entire time, you've got a tremendous amount of value. The next guest that we're going to bring up, look, these are people that I'm still learning from, okay? Every single one of these guests are people that I'm still learning from. This next one, if you're wondering about creative deals, why don't you tell them a little bit about Jeff and his background here, Rich?
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff Kaufman I've known Jeff for a long time now, and he has been just a rock star since he started. I mean, he may disagree with that himself. He's a humble guy, but I think he's been a rock star, or at least had that rock star mentality. Not that I don't mean like diva, but I mean he knew he was going to rock it, or at least he's acted like it. If he didn't believe it, he's acted like it. But Jeff has been around. He actually he finds creative ways to invest in real estate, basically virtually with zero money out of your own pocket. And he's been doing that since 2015. He currently holds, and the number might be higher now. We might have to ask him. But he, last I knew, it was 43 cash flowing properties between seller financing, disposition models, and straight rentals. This guy is absolutely killing it. He knows just about every single creative deal structuring tactic out there. And this is one of the speakers that I was so, I mean, I've been stoked about all of our speakers, but just that Jeff gives back. He's spoken at my River City REI roundtable a couple times as well. And he was one of the first ones we approached to see if he would speak here at Gateway to Freedom. And he was on board from day one. So we're so super excited and honored and just very humbled and grateful that Jeff is with us today and November 4th and 5th in St. Louis. How's it going, Jeff?
Doing well, guys. Good morning. That's a lot of pressure, Rich.
No. It's just you doing you.
Hey, I try. What are you going to do?
Jeff, I've known Rich for a long time, and I popped on his live the other day with you talking about Subject 2 and all of the expertise that you have. And you know what came out in my mind? I have a mentor of mine, John Maxwell. I talk about him all the time just because I've read a lot of his books and stuff. And he's got this famous quote. He says, "You plan you or someone else might." I figured that might resonate with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm very much kind of an independent guy. I'm really am an introvert at heart. But yeah, that's a great way to put it. And I don't know who that particular individual is that you're talking about, but what a great way to kind of summarize, I guess, how I kind of picture myself. You plan you. That's awesome. I love it.
For sure. Would you mind sharing with our audience a little bit about what you do and what you're going to be talking about at the Gateway to Freedom event coming up?
Absolutely. So let me just give you a brief history. And you might have heard this the other day when I was talking to Rich, but when I got into this whole thing, I got into this in 2015. I got into this business 2015. And, I had this job. I'll give you the nitty gritty. I had this job. I was driving tons of hours to get back and forth. And I was working, 8, 10, 12 hours a day over there. And I said, man, I got to get out of this thing. This is just absolutely killing me. And at the time I had excellent credit, but I had no savings. I had no money to go out and buy real estate. And so ultimately what I ultimately ended up coming up with, and I did hire a mentor for this. So the mentorship was definitely worth the money. What we came up with was picking up properties subject to, and so that's kind of been my thing ever since then. I've been either directly involved, direct purchase, or involved in third party transactions to well over 300 now at this point across the country, subject to deals. But that's not all that I'm going to talk about at the event. So I think by now most people in this business at least know what subject to is, and we will talk briefly about that a little bit at the event. But I really want to dig into what's really important. And Christina touched on this earlier. I've been on since early this morning. She touched on deal analysis. And so a lot of people really want to know, when is a good time to consider subject to? And I'll just give you a little spoiler alert. Anytime is a good time to consider subject to. So we'll touch briefly on subject to. We're going to do a deep dive into the numbers. But the main focus that I really want to touch on at the event is, everyone's heard this saying. I believe that everyone's heard the saying that you make money when you buy, right? Everyone's heard that.
Yeah.
I am going to put a little twist on that, because I'm going to show people a way, or a couple of ways actually, to create their own little economy inside their deals. And I'm going to show you how to make a lot more money when you sell. That's what I want to focus on.
Wow, guys, that's a whole reason to be at the event, just to check out and find out how to make even more money when you sell. That brings me to my next question, actually, Jeff. And I have structured some questions here to really help people understand some of the value that you're going to be bringing to this event. When you go into anything in life, you've got to consider the big picture, right? You got to consider not just the steps along the way, but what's the end result that I want. Think back to that time when you first got started. What was the big picture that you hired the mentor for, that you were working towards? What was that big picture vision?
I talk about this quite a bit, and the honest truth is that I didn't have a large vision. I just knew that at that time I was trying to solve an immediate problem, and that was this job that I had.
Oppression, yeah.
I wanted to be out of this job. And so admittedly, as things, and this is kind of what I tell people, as things progressed and I started getting these small little wins, that big vision in the back, that picture became much more clear to me. So I started with an immediate problem, and then as I started to progress and discover and learn and figure some of these things out, things have just become much more clear to me. And I can wake up in the morning now, every morning, and I know exactly what I'm striving for. I know where I'm headed. And so for those of you out there, I guess that don't, when you're posed when you get that question from someone, you don't necessarily have it all figured out in the beginning. You just don't. And so, like I said, it's just these little wins that you get, and that it helps that light at the end of the tunnel come much closer.
Yeah, Rich had mentioned that you have a good sense of self-worth and a good sense of confidence in what you're doing. When was the point that you made, think back to that point. When was that point that you made the decision and you said, this is freedom. This is what freedom is. This is what it feels like. When was that point for you?
It was that point came for me when I realized that, and I'm going to kind of throw in, I guess, one of your questions. I'll combine this with that question. You asked, what is freedom? And so for me, it became that the point at which I realized that I actually had that. It doesn't mean that I don't work. It doesn't mean that I don't work every day. It doesn't mean that we don't experience difficulties and wins and losses. But what it does mean is independence. It's independence from things that it's the choice, if you will. It's the independence from the things that you don't necessarily want to do. You have to do them, but you have the choice on whether or not you follow through with any given task or job or deal or anything along those lines. It's the word freedom to me means independence. That's what it means.
For sure. Rich, you've known Jeff for a long time. Can you please share with everybody some of the benefits and what a blessing it is to have Jeff come to this Gateway to Freedom event coming up?
I mean, you are going to get to hear a guy who knows the creative game in and out, and you're going to get, like he said, he's not just gonna give you a little sprinkling of here's the idea and concept of a certain type of creative financing strategy known as sub 2. He's actually gonna, like he said, he's gonna deep dive. He's gonna actually give you some real nuts and bolts, and here's how you analyze one of these deals. And I think for anybody who's even thought, man, I mean, subject to is a sexy thing right now. Anybody that thought they wanted to get into it, this is the deal, because you want to get there and hear exactly how you analyze those deals. And I mean, you don't have to travel somewhere else to do it. You can come stay right here in St. Louis, or if you're in the Midwest, it's so local. And if you want to come from somewhere else, this is the guy you want to talk to, because he knows what's going on.
Yeah, fantastic. So I have one more question, and we'll get to questions that come from the audience here. But the last question that I have for you is that, Jeff, life doesn't come with an instruction manual, and neither does real estate, right? So I guess the question would be best phrased like this. How did you determine who you wanted to be so that you could do what you wanted to do to have the things that you are currently experiencing now? Who did you want to be? How did you determine that person?
Well, I guess I was waiting for that. You've had a really, really tough question for. I liken this to like those questions when you're sitting in a job interview, and it's like they ask you these super ambiguous questions, and you can go either way. But I think for me, it was just a matter of introspection and trying to figure out, because I had no plan, I had no grand plan, and so it's literally just sitting down and trying to figure out. There's a great book, Patrick Bet-David, by the way, Your Next 5 Moves. If nobody's read that, you got to read that book. Awesome book. Since we're doing our book recommendations today, I got a couple others if you'd like. But it's just sitting down, figuring out, and trying to discover who you are, discover self, and I don't know. There was no single point that I could point to where I'd say, hey, I got this. I've never truly, I'm one of those I'm a lifelong learner, and it's just not one of those things that there was a particular point where I say, okay, I'm done. I've got this, I can move on to the next thing. And so I would say my answer to that would be, it's not a one and done. I'm continually trying to move forward, and I don't necessarily have all the answers of where my life is headed. It's just I know that I'm moving forward. I will tell you a big part of that, and the reason I love what Rich and Josh are putting together here is strategic partnerships. I really love that aspect of this business, and I was kind of early on. It was I had this little bit of a. I had a little bit of I didn't really want to deal with partners. I just had this thing where I was just like, you know what, I can do this myself. I guess it's probably my introvert side coming out. But now I've got some really, really great partners, and I think that this Gateway to Freedom conference is probably, in my mind, that is one of the goals here is to try and build that power team, like Josh was talking about. So, and again, I'm doing what Josh did. I'm rambling on a little bit, but one thought leads to the next, and leads to the next. So,
well, that's why we do this, right? Is that we're showcasing who you are, right? Because it's one thing for people to give a presentation, and that we're going to do that. They're going to get the information concise, delivered in such a way that is going to blow their mind and shape their skills and all of that kind of stuff, Jeff. But the challenge is that you want to know, when you're, at least I do, when I'm sitting in an audience and I'm learning from a speaker, I want to know a little bit about who they are. I want to know about their life, because I teach this thing called value goals, and the goals that I have to align with my values, right? Mm-hmm. And so you want to make sure that the person that you resonate with is in alignment with your values. And you do subject to deals, and one of the questions that I get all these questions too from my text, right? Like these people that are in my audience are texting me, and so it's not just in the comments that we're getting these questions. But one of the questions said is, and I'm just going to ask it. I'm sure you're going to talk about it at the event, and I'm sure you got an entire presentation around it. But how do you get a seller to agree to a subject to deal?
That is a really great question, and there is a very easy answer to that. And it is all about value. If one of the things that we like to do is, I'll give you a little insight into just a blip of what we teach in our coaching program. And that is, if you can wrap your mind around this idea, if we're talking about subject to anyway, so we know with subject to, without getting too deep into it, if we know that there is a mortgage on a property, we know that deal has already been funded. It's not been funded by you. It's been funded by your seller. They went out and they got a loan, and you're picking this thing up subject to. So what that does for me immediately is that tells me I get to shift focus. I get to shift focus on what is really important when I'm standing there talking to a seller. And that is, how do I get this person to trust me, believe that I know what I'm doing, and build trust and rapport with the seller? That is the kind of the high level answer to that. It's not convincing them. You never want to convince someone to do a subject to deal with you. It's terribly dangerous. You want them on your team. You want them on board with you. And so that's what you have to focus on. If you can wrap your mind around the idea that the deal's already been financed, now you can attack I say attack, it's not the right word, but now you can start focusing on building the trust and rapport, which you should be doing anyway, right? That should be your number one goal when you're dealing with a seller. So that is kind of my high level answer to that question. Happy to dig more into that at the conference.
For sure. Thank you very much, Jeff. I cannot tell you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure the guys here, Rich can speak for himself, but I had to say thank you for being a part of this show today, and also Gateway to Freedom that's coming up. It's incredible that you've taken your time and that you're involved with all the stuff that they're doing in Gateway to Freedom. Thank you very much for being on the show.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
All right, Rich, we've got another great speaker that's about to come up here. And before we get into this speaker is going to be speaking about a concept that's near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure near and dear to your heart, and that is networking. Networking is the next speaker, and it's going to be great because building our network is the way that you get ultimately successful in real estate. We talk about building a team. Where does that come from? Your network. We talk about building your brand. Where does that come from? Your network. We talk about, you have to have processes and procedures in place. What do you need to have processes and procedures in place for? Building a network. This is all real estate related. And so tell everybody a little bit about our next speaker and what we have in store for the audience.
Yeah, so our next speaker, and make sure I'm not muted. There we go. Our next speaker is Kevin Draghi. And Kevin, like a lot of people, had a full-time job, was in corporate America, and then jumped full-time into real estate, right? So people have done that before. Maybe we might have some listeners who are in full-time at their W-2 in their career job in corporate America, and they're on the edge of jumping in. They want to jump in. Well, Kevin did that. And, he'll self-admittedly he wasn't ready. But he did give himself an out. He didn't give himself a plan B, right? I was listening to a video the other day where somebody said, look, plan B is the easiest course to failure, because then you're focused on your plan B and not your plan A, right? So he didn't give himself a plan B. He went out and charged ahead anyway. He was even up to, he's doing marketing and wholesaling, and he was up to spending $20,000 a month in marketing, and he was killing it. And all of a sudden, life took a turn. I'm not going to tell his story. I'll let him tell his story about what happened. But he saw his business melt away, but it didn't stop him. He actually started a coaching business, so now he's a real estate investor and a coaching mentor. He is a guy with a strong conviction that the personal drives the professional. He has a 100% referral-based business, and he is an amazing person. True, honest, clear, transparent, just an amazing guy. And I've gotten to know Kevin pretty well over the last year, I would say, at least. I mean, I've known Kevin and seen about him. A lot of people, right? You see people through social media and you whatever, touch base that way or whatever here and there. But I've gotten to know Kevin over the last year, and I am truly humbled and grateful for that experience. And with that, Kevin is the kind of guy who knows how to network, and he knows how to build a network. And that's why we are so blessed that he agreed to speak on that topic. But everybody, this is Kevin Draghi.
All right. Thanks, Rich, for that introduction.
What's happening, Kevin?
Hi, Nathan. You putting together this conference has been great, because I've got to actually get to know you, like you just said, more than just what's sound bits or social media or something. It's I've got a chance to really get to know you. So it really has been kind of awesome, Rich, going into this. So
thanks, buddy.
And Nathan, man, you're everywhere. We've been watching you for a while. So especially when you first started building this stuff. So great job.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I have to say thank you to the audience, because there's a lot of people who have been following my stuff on social media. And just take a second. I'm sorry this is your time, Kevin, but I want to make sure my audience knows, like, I'm forever appreciative and beholden to what you need and the things that you want. So if you have questions or concerns or ideas or things that you want, this is you. This is all about you and for you. And that's why Kevin's here today, is to talk about how to build a network. Kevin, tell us a little bit about what you're going to be talking about at the Gateway to Freedom event coming up on November 4th and 5th.
So I'm doing kind of a split talk. I do have a 100% referral based business. So I don't spend, or really any money I do spend on marketing really is officially like sandwiches over at a deli, or, like it's a beer here, or it's out going doing something fun with some people. It's not the traditional mailers or pay per clicks or any of those things that a lot of our other people talked about. It is one of those, we want to work with the people we know, like, and trust. Okay. How can we be a person that people want to know, like, and trust when something comes up? When I was spending bunches of money, or at least to me, bunches of money in marketing, um, and I would win some, I would lose some. And it's one of those like, oh, the seller knew somebody else and they went with that person, or this was referred by their lawyer, or this was, and it's like, man, I feel like I'm missing out on all of those situations. Like I'm spending actually, I just talked to somebody yesterday. He said, Kevin, right now my cost per lead is $8,000. That's like house that he buys. It was 7 or 8. Gets the point, right? That's a lot of money to buy a house, right? Yes, you're going to make money when you do, but dang, talk about rolling the dice, whether it's going to hit or not. But there is low hanging fruit out there. People who do have a distressed situation, they need to unload a house. Great, go do it. But I've noticed in my new business that I have here, because I have been big, and now I'm down to just me and the people I want to work with, right? People I choose to invest in and kind of work on, and it's been wonderful. The stress has actually gone down tremendously. And I basically boil my business down, Nathan, to I call 2 people, 2 friends a day.
Wow.
And, magic, right? And it's not like, hey, Rich, do you know anybody looking at buying or selling a house? And no, it's like, hey, Rich, hey, Nathan, what's going on? How's this? How's your kids? How's, like, hey, have you tried this, or have you gone to that?
Yeah, Kevin, I totally appreciate the fact that there is a lot of people in this world that need the simplicity of building the network in the way that you've described it. But it stems really, I believe personally, your success stems from the person that you are, right? People, we so many times place value on ourselves that we believe other people are placing on us. Like, for instance, when you have a job, you think your net worth or your worth is only what that other person pays you. You think that if you're on social media, you only think you're worth the likes and the shares that you get. If you're in a networking group, you only think you're worth the group of people that walk up and talk to you. Can you talk a little bit about to the audience about how to place the appropriate value internally on yourself?
Yeah. So I guess I came across as probably late high school, early college, that if I didn't fill my own cup, I can't really be there for somebody else. And really, in my coaching and some of what we talk about, it all comes down to relationships. It's relationship with yourself, it's relationship with others, and it's relationship with things. Sorry, you can't see my hands. I'm Italian, so I talk with my hands. You guys don't see all that. I don't know if I did. So it's really those areas, and each of those gets broken down in different areas. But how can you start your day? And Nathan, are you a reader? Like, do you like to consume knowledge?
I love reading books. I spend most of my free time, if it's not with my family, it's reading.
So have you done The Miracle Morning?
I have not read that book yet, but I have listened to a lot of podcasts with the Miracle Morning concept described.
So what I try to do is, so he talks about savers, SAVERS. So it's doing these activities every morning. So it's silence, affirmations, visualization, exercise, reading, and scribing or journaling. And that's what he says. Hey, if you do this every morning before you get started, you'll be a better person, right? So it's all about building healthy habits. So I've taken that, I've added a few more things into it, but it's like, okay, if I want to have a successful morning, I need to get these things done. And it's typically like reading the Bible, doing your affirmations, like going through and visualizing, okay, I have a talk on a podcast today, right? I see myself having a positive interaction, obviously with you guys, but also there's somebody out there that needs to hear what we're talking about. Somebody's having a down day, right? Or a seller said no, or somebody doesn't like them. Does that mean you're a bad person? No, it means there's room for improvement, right? Something didn't quite work. How can you level up, where you don't take it personally, you build that thick skin, but it also gives you that ability that you want to learn and grow more. And if you start building those healthy habits every morning, chances are you'll have a better afternoon, more focused on what you want to do. And kind of my whole world is if I focus and I ask good questions and I care about the people around me, they're going to bring more business to me than a letter, a flyer, a little Facebook ad, than having an actual person who knows all these people.
For sure, for sure. Thanks for that answer. And those in the audience, listen, Kevin's dropped a tip and a nugget earlier. He said he calls 2 people every day. Then he told you behind that there is a person that he's becoming that he values because he has discipline in certain areas of his life. And so when he does these disciplines every single day, he knows he's worth something and he can add more value to himself so he can give more value to others. He talked about the concept of he had to make sure he filled his own cup before he could fill the cup of others. What are some other ways that you fill the cup of others to establish and build your network, Kevin?
So, Nathan, I would say the biggest thing is there is an image that everybody has, right? Everybody has a face that they want the world to see, or that perfect Instagram photo, or, whatever it is that's out there. But when you meet the people in real life, a lot of times there's a disconnect, when they don't have those little sparkles glowing and perfect features, and people sometimes think that, they're disenchanted when they actually meet the person. And where I come in is I love people. Like I just straight up love people. And what I like are those kinks or those bruises or those things that aren't perfect, right? That's actually where they have room for improvement. And if they're open and willing, they could actually learn how to accept those things and actually become a better person. So I have strengths and weaknesses just like all of us do. But once you recognize what that is in yourself and others, so say you walked into a networking event, Nathan, and say you're shy, right? So actually, I think the guy who's coming in is actually one of my business partners and friends, Darren Hefkin. Sorry if I spoiler alert. Oh, shit. So when we were just getting in the business, so we're talking 10, 15 years back, right? We were at a local RIA. And I needed this RIA, right? This real estate investment group, because that's where I met my cash buyers. That's where I met my lenders. That's where, I needed this event, right, to push my business forward that month. If I didn't get connected, then I was missing out. And I brought my cards. I went out there shaking hands, kissing babies, doing anything I could, right, to kind of build my business. Darren, and I could say this because he's not here. So Darren, he was at the same event that I was juiced up about going in and doing this stuff. And he was in his car calling his coach, like, I don't want to go in. I can't do this, holding his knees, crying, and he was and his coach is like, you get your ass in there. You give out 5 cards. If not, I'm going to drop you. Like, this was his pre-game talk before he went in and met these people. And these are real stories. I don't know if he was crying, but, artistic license. But the idea that he needed to be pumped up to be able to walk into that event where I was like glowing and vibing and wanting to do this. Now at our events, now that, I'm a host and I run my own stuff, I know there's people that come in that don't know anybody or don't have a friend or feel lost, and sometimes there's that disconnect from the people running it to the people who show up. And I try to make sure that gap is bridged, like, hey, come in. I'm so happy you're here. What's your name? What can I do for you? Who do you want to meet? Great. Boom, boom, boom. Here they are. It's not, everything. It's here is everybody. And the more you give these people something, AKA the go-giver, the more you get leveled up, the more people respect you, the more you give. And then when you think of that on referrals for business or coaching or just lifestyle, like it's a big deal.
For sure, for sure. I'll share a little story with my audience and the people that are watching today from when I was in high school, because some people have been following me for a long time on social media, and they knew me when I was in high school. And here's some real truth nuggets for everybody. I had behavioral issues where it was hard for people to be friends with me. It was hard for me to make connections and establish things with people, and those things create wounds. They create scars in people's lives. And for a long time, it was difficult for me to open up and even have a conversation, a transparent conversation with anybody, because I was afraid of looking like a fool or being dumb or whatever comes along with the fact that I had behavioral challenges and I couldn't establish a real genuine relationship with other people. And years later in my life, after hundreds of books and thousands of networking events and things and talking, and like the previous speakers have talked about, facing your fear, walking through things, getting systems in place, getting used to things, I've been in a position now where I'm able to have a conversation with you. And that network is incredibly important and incredibly valuable in my life. And I'm very appreciative that you've taken your time to come talk to us. What is the best piece of advice for people that feel like that? What's the best piece of advice that you've learned over your life when it comes to establishing your network?
Be real and authentic to people. If you hurt, it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to tell people you're vulnerable. It's okay to ask for help. Failure doesn't mean you're wrong or bad or you are a failure. It just means you had a strike. You got to stand in the batter's box and take a couple more pitches. And that's where I've seen too many people mess up, whether it's losing money, bad partner, bad insert point, right? It doesn't mean you're bad or this, you just had a rough patch. You got to stand up. But now, once you get through that rough patch, it's your obligation, it's your duty to find people that are in that spot and you raise them back up, right? Because there's other people that never get back up. And because you didn't give yourself that plan B, right? You burned the boats, you're charging ahead. Because you did that, it's your job to find those people who are struggling and they're about to just cap out on life and just put in their chips and say, you know what, it's too hard and I'm going to walk away. It's our job making it on the other side to reach out and pull those people up so they can have a fulfilled life and go out there and become successful.
For sure. For sure. All right, Rich, tell the audience why they want to come listen to Kevin's presentation at the Gateway to Freedom event that we have coming up on November 4th and 5th.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin is going to help you. Just.
Yeah. Tell him, Rich. Yeah.
Help. That's it right there. So come on out. No, just kidding.
Done, right?
I mean, were you guys not watching?
Are you not entertained?
That's right. No, but seriously. So networking is such a key, and like Kevin said, it's only part of the conversation. But it's like beating a drum about your network is your net worth, but it's so true. But building your network is so crucial in this business because you don't have to know everything. I think Kevin can agree with that. You don't have to know everything. You can know somebody who knows something that you don't know, and you can reach out to them or whatever. And the network isn't necessarily just the people you have on your W-2 or 1099, but it's just connections like you three right here, and Josh and all of my speakers are my network, and more people, are my network. So if I have a question about certain things, I can reach out to Kevin, or certain things I can reach out to you, Nathan, or Josh, or any of the speakers we have, or other people that aren't speakers that I consider my inner circle and my network. And Kevin's going to show you the importance of that and talk to you about the importance of that. And he's going to talk to you about how to build that or whatever. But and you can't learn that from just a better human. Kevin is an incredible human, and if you couldn't just feel that, I know it's hard to feel that electronically, but if you can't feel that in person, man, I don't know what medication you're on. No, you're going to be able to feel that in person. The guy is amazing, and yeah, you're going to get your value. Your $297 or $497 regular price, but the next till 10 o'clock tomorrow, I think is what we set it at, for the 50% off tickets. Using the code Nathan, you're going to get your value just in listen to Kevin alone. So come on out. We'd love to have you buy a ticket.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, Kevin, we have some questions that are coming in from the audience. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to some of these questions that they have in the audience here. The first question that I have is Jason. What did he say? He said, tell Kevin, how can I build my network right this second? That's what he wanted to know. How can I build my network right this second? Today on Saturday, what can he do? What's one thing he could do right now to build his network?
I would say I would start with an assessment of who's in your sphere right now, whether it's family or friends or kind of people around the network. Find in my coaching, I have a little section about this in the friend side about there's people who make you feel better, right? People who add value to you. There's net neutral people and there's energy vampires. I would go through your phone or your Facebook or whatever it is and put your key people on paper, right? Boom, 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 boom. Do they add value? Plus, are they neutral? Dash, or are they a sucker, a negative, or are they just a net neutral, 0? So I would find those people that make you feel better, and I would call them more often and ask for help, ask for, just talk to them. How can I help you, Nathan? How can I help you, Rich, right? How can I help you, Jason? And you start giving them value just in life, and they know what you do. You don't have to say, hey, Nathan, bring me a house, right? I make you better. You're going to be like, oh, it's great that you called, Kevin. My neighbor is going through this. Can you help them? Yeah. Hell yeah, I can.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that answer. We got about 5 minutes left. And I'd like to ask you the same question that we've asked all the speakers so far. And that is, what does freedom mean to you, Kevin?
It means I could wear shoes like this, right? Freedom means I have a choice to do whatever it is that I want. This morning before this call, I went and I watched my son play soccer, right? It's my choice. Today happens to be Saturday, so that's not a big deal. When it's Tuesday afternoon and my kid's playing at 3:30, I'm there. I have the freedom to bring my kids to school. I know their teachers. I know the principals. Like, I can drop them off. I could pick them up, and they're not like, what's this guy here for? Their friends, their family, like, they know me because I'm around. I'm at all of their stuff. Freedom is the ability that if I want to go work out Friday afternoon, I can. If I want to go play Frisbee golf Wednesday, I can. If I want to create a networking event where I play pickleball with people in real estate on Tuesday afternoons, which we do, right? Find something that you want to do and share your life, share your passion with people, because someone else is going to also dig that. It doesn't have to be golf like what we all used to think it had to be. So
that's awesome. What a great answer. And Kevin, again, I have got to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for you attending the Mind Renovation Nation show today and talking about what's going to be coming up in the Gateway to Freedom event for you. Any final last words that you want to share with people that's important to you in relationship to the Gateway to Freedom event coming up?
If anybody who's listening to this so far, Nathan, and hasn't done it, especially if you're local, this is a no-brainer. These are key experts. Like, each of these people could bring in several $1,000 to go hear these people talk. Like, they are product experts. They're local experts. The fact that Rich and Josh are putting this together at such a minimal fee to get in there, like, this is something that when I got started, I was paying thousands of dollars, right, to hear one person, and it was like a freaking pitch off. This is really designed to help people get connected with the right people that fast. I would say when you go in, exorbitant, right? Probably everybody at a certain point has something to sell. Find the people you like. Find the people you're gravitated towards, because when you start hanging around those people or you consume their knowledge, their information, etc., you become a little bit of that person. So find somebody you want to be and latch on.
Awesome. Thank you very much again for your time. Any final last questions or words, Rich, about Kevin's presentation at Gateway to Freedom coming up on November 4th and 5th?
No, I mean, it's just, I mean, you're going to get so much value from it. I know Kevin is phenomenal, and he's just so down to earth and tells it how it is, and so transparent and honest. All the great qualities I love about him, right there, and more. But you're going to get an incredible experience, and again, like Kevin said, and we are offering even more discount today just for your people, Nathan. So if they use the discount code Nathan at www.g2free.com, they're going to get, hold on, 50% off of their ticket.
Still shocks me every time you say it.
50% off. So that doesn't matter if it's a VIP ticket or a general admission ticket. But if you buy that VIP ticket, think about it. You buy that VIP ticket, use the discount code Nathan, you're now getting a VIP ticket cheaper than the people that have bought a general admission ticket without the discount. So get in the room with the VIPs. That includes the VIP mixer on Saturday night, so you can network and rub elbows with the VIPs.
We got a mixer?
Yeah, man, Saturday night. You knew that? Come on, Kevin.
Come on, Rich.
That was the only reason you weren't going to do it at first. We were going to have a mixer, and you said, "All right, fine."
Like, yeah,
I'm in.
they just got everything.
And you also get the VIP speaker lunch Saturday and Sunday. So get out there, VIP ticket. Use the coupon code Nathan Bush, and that takes your $500 ticket down to $250. So and then your general admission, if you use it, takes it down from $300 to $150. So. I mean, those prices cannot be beat. I guarantee you go look out anywhere for a real estate investing conference nationwide, and you're not going to see those prices. We're almost giving away the tickets, but it's only a special 24-hour window. Okay, this is not. Don't think, oh wait, they're going to drop it even more. No, we're not even going to come to this price again. So that's what we got. Get out there, and I mean, shoot, are you going to not buy a ticket and tell Kevin that he's not worth that? Come on now.
Come on now. Come on now.
Personally.
Kevin, thank you very much for being with us today.
And Nathan, thank you for stepping up and doing this for Josh and Rich and all the speakers here. Like, that's awesome. Good use of your network and what you're doing to support people like you know, like, and trust here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Absolutely.
All right, Rich. So we are super excited. I have got a couple of more questions. One that actually came in from you. First of all, Jenna said, and I totally believe this, Jenna said, your network is your net worth. And so, Jenna, thanks for being on the live cast today. And she also had this question to ask of you. Rich Gross, how has your life or business changed by having these amazing people in your life?
Oh, man, that's such a good question, Jenna. Oh, man. That's a great question. So, like I said, I did my first flip in 2005. I got serious in real estate investing a little over 10 years ago. And I was the kind of person who thought I could do everything myself. I didn't need anybody else. I would go and network. Matter of fact, I loved networking events. I would go to real estate investment groups literally just to go for the networking portion. When the speaker came on, I was out. I was done. I got my high for the day, for the week, whatever, met people. And that's how I built my buyers list. That's how I built my contractors and all that stuff that way. But looking back, and I still have a W-2 job, and I had a W-2 job, and balancing that, that was what worked for me. It was nice and slow. We're building a rental portfolio nice and slowly, whatever, a couple of years here and there. And then just a couple of years ago, I thought I would invest a little bit myself in a coaching program. And my coach was an amazing person, an amazing coach, an amazing real estate investor who had a ton of advice. And it was the first time I really ever, and I had heard the whole time, get yourself a mentor or whatever, but it was the first time when it actually hit home. It's like, you know what? This actually does work. I was able to take my business seriously. And I was at the point, honestly, at that time, and this is honesty, people, this is something I haven't told anybody, but I was at the point where I was going to give up. I was done. I was like, man, this is just too much. I can't do all this myself. And, I'm going to give up. And this mentor changed my trajectory, changed my mind and my thought about my business just by getting to know her. And that was an amazing just change in my path. So it opened up my vision and thought of, I've always loved making connections. I've had a real estate investing meetup for almost going on 7 years now. And because of her, just a recommendation, just a question of, hey, have you ever thought about starting a real estate investing meetup that's more traditional, because the one I had before was just networking because I was a networking junkie, more traditional. So I did, starting 2022, I started the River City REI Roundtable, and it was a speaker and a topic and food, drink, whatever, blah blah blah, but it was still networking. And through some connections I had made throughout the years, I was able to kind of make those connections and bring those people on as speakers. But in this journey and finding speakers for this event, I've either rekindled connections with my network, or I've reached out to people who were in Josh's network or whatever to just build this event, and also kind of connect myself to them and feed off of their energy and their knowledge. So how has it changed? It's re-energized me. It has given me the strongest resolve I can ever imagine and think about having. I 100% know that this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm very grateful for my original mentor. I brought on another mentor, so I actually have brought on two mentors since then, and are because of that first step. So actually, thank you, Jenna. You were my first mentor.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's great. I'm glad that she's on the live cast today. Thank you, Jenna, for participating and being a part of this. That's and thank you, Rich, for that story, because it's so true. We all have this part of our life, this journey of our life, where adversity strikes, where something sets in, things aren't going the way we want them to, and the really successful people, like yourself, Rich, are those ones that the adversity strikes and they have a decision to make, and that decision is to push on. That decision is to achieve. That the decision is to take the next step. My dad, when I was younger, used to tell me, about football. There's an end of the season in football, right? And midway through the season, I always wanted to quit. And he would always tell me, you finish the season, just go to the next practice. You don't have to like it. Just finish the season. And then you know what I wanted to do? Play the next season and the season after that. And so, I find that to be so true about everything in life. There's always the adversity piece, and we just got to push through the adversity piece. And the next speaker that we have is no stranger to adversity. And his profile seems like he's a little bit cold because it says Burr, but I'm sure that means something specific to real estate. You want us to share a little bit about our next speaker that we have coming up here?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So our next speaker is, he's somebody who, and there are people out there have this similar, origin story, right? Where at least growing up, your parents were in real estate. Darren Hefkin's parents had built, rental property. And that gave him an idea, and it kind of, he had some insight on what real estate investing was. And, he did the whole go to college and get his degree and get his W5, 9 to 5, W2, combine those together, it's W5. He got his job, and it just wasn't that satisfaction he was looking for, right? And he actually house hacked. He's fixed and flipped and bought and sold, rental property and rehabs, everything over, hundreds of them. And the guy is an awesome speaker, because he was actually a part of a national company that he had been a mentor and a coach on. And we are blessed here in the St. Louis area that Darren calls it his home. And, when I reached out to Darren, it's funny because it's kind of a lineage here, because Darren actually has a connection with my mentor. So Darren was my mentor's mentor. So Darren's kind of like my grand mentor. No, Darren's my grandpa mentor. No, but no, just kidding. But Darren Hefkin is as good as it gets, and we're so honored to have Darren on our speaker list. And he's so cool because he is going to be talking the Burr method. Darren Hefkin, what's going on, my man?
How are you guys doing today? Appreciate having me here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks for attending. There, your name has come up with more than one speaker today that's going to be at this event at the Gateway to Freedom. Everybody's got a story, it seems like, about Darren. And so I want to take a second, and why don't you share a little bit about what you're going to be talking about at the Gateway to Freedom event that's coming up on November 4th and 5th?
Yeah, absolutely. A little concerned that everybody has a Darren story. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but so I built my portfolio I started doing the Burr method before that was a thing, before that became really popular. Um, and so I've been doing it in one form or another for probably close to a decade at this point. And what we'll talk about is kind of some of the things that I've learned. How we did at the beginning versus what works now. And when the market goes crazy in values and people want crazy numbers for their properties, how do you make Burr work, or is there a way to make it work? And then what happens when you start scaling? One of the big hurdles I had when I got kind of not really getting started, getting funding, not that big of a deal. And we'll talk about that. That's not what you really should be focused on freaking out about solving. The bigger challenge that I had to solve was what happens when you've got 6, 8, 10 of these things and you're ready to keep going. What happens when your local bank tells you you're too big for them and they don't want to do that? So we'll talk about strategies on how to deal with some of those issues, but we'll also talk about what's the difference on a Burr from a retail flip, and how do you make sure you put the right stuff in there? How do you position yourself to get the right appraisal value that you need so that you can get the money back out of it? All of these are challenges that I deal with on a regular basis and have do my best to solve as we go through each project. And each project is its own version of a train wreck. So you got to figure out which tools in your toolbox you need to pull out to solve them. We'll talk through it.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome, and we're so excited to have that. So that people can get to know you, Darren, a little bit better. What would those who are closest to you say are your greatest strengths when it comes to real estate?
Wow. Geez. I think couple of things. One is I tend to be really good at kind of stepping back and not getting sucked into whatever the one problem is, and looking at the bigger picture and being able to apply some solutions to something that maybe for a lot of people don't seem to be like readily apparent. And a lot of times what I find when I'm starting down that path, I start asking questions that people think I'm not even paying attention to what the real problem is, because I'm looking at what are the bigger pictures, and maybe this one issue we got right here, yeah, that's a problem, but how do we make sure we get past this and the next 5 things that are going to come up? So I tend to look at things in a really longer term, bigger picture type thing, and I'm less worried about the now. And if I pay a little bit more for one little thing right now, but that's what I need to solve the problem for the future, those are the kind of things I look at. I think that a lot of people will say that I'm much more long-term focused than a lot of other investors that they work with.
Long-term focus. Got it. Love it. Jenna had this to say about you. She said one of Darren's greatest strengths is getting people to see their abilities even when they can't see them themselves. Just like how he convinced me to make a bunch of offers when I was too scared.
Oh, so, she loves to tell that story.
That's awesome. So Darren
told that story, and at the end of the story, she said he didn't tell me what to do when they all got accepted.
That's awesome. Well, hopefully we can learn a little bit about how to handle that at the Gateway to Freedom event coming up November 4th and 5th. Can you share with the audience a little bit about how changing your environment over your lifetime has accelerated your personal growth?
Yeah, so I think there's one of my mentors, and I'm sure it's not original to them, but one of my mentors, has said over and over again that you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And when I was first starting this out, I was out of school, had finished a master's degree, was in my corporate America gig, and everybody I spent my time with, and I was in my late 20s, and everybody who I spent my time with was really all about working their 9 to 5, putting in their 40-ish hours and punching out and partying all weekend, and then being pissed off on Sunday about having to go back to work on Monday morning. And that was the world I was living in. And, when my mentor started telling me that I needed to basically upgrade my circle and get better friends, I started looking at who do I spend my time with. And, that's actually not far from when I met Jenna, and not long after that I met Kevin, and have spent a lot of time with them. And it made a big difference in having people that are either performing at a level that you want to be at, or above where you're at, or at least have dreams to focus on that, so that you get challenged a lot more. And a lot of people aren't comfortable with that, and I probably wasn't when I first started either. But it was great to, in hindsight, it's great to have a network of people, of friends, of family, or whatever you need, that will not eat into your bullshit. I mean, if you're a relatively smart individual, you can convince yourself and then everybody else around you, whatever line of crap that you're trying to feed, which are typically excuses. And it is phenomenally powerful having somebody there that says, "Yeah, that's not true. You're wrong," and calling you out on it. And if nothing else, even if it wasn't an intentional thing that I've done, I've realized that it forced me to kind of step back and think, "Oh, yeah, that wasn't really honest, was it? That wasn't really what I wanted. That isn't really going to help me, achieve those goals. That's an excuse, because whatever it is that I'm trying to deal with is hard, and we as just human beings a lot of times don't like hard. So it's much easier to take that easy path. And even today, I catch myself creating those excuses in my head, like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that, or going out and finding something that makes me feel busy but not really productive, just because it's avoiding the hard thing that I really need to do. So having the people that surround yourself with, that will call you out on that nonsense and keep you focused on what your goals are, and will actually talk with you about what your goals are, what their goals are. I think all of that is phenomenally important, and something that most people who don't have that entrepreneurial drive don't even know exists as a possibility. That there's somebody out there that will push you and support you.
That's such an awesome answer, Darren. I appreciate that. One of the things that I talk about with my audience oftentimes is strategy, different types of strategies, techniques, and tools. And as you look ahead in the next 6 months of your life, what primary area are you trying to put good strategies in place for so that your business can be successful?
It depends on, from the rental perspective, the portfolio, building the portfolio. Right now I'm in a pretty conservative space. I'm probably trying to hoard cash more than I have in the past. I don't think, especially in my market here in St. Louis, that the market's going to drop or do anything crazy in the next, 6 months to 2 years. But you never know. It's an election year. Things are a little crazy when that happens. There are always cycles that happen around the election year. So trying to be aware and prepared for that. So really just being more conservative, kind of cleaning up some of the outlying things that I have on my plate, of things that just take energy or resources, so that, by first quarter of next year, or second quarter of next year, I'm ready to pounce on whatever the opportunity is, if it shows up, but not being desperate, putting myself in a position so that I'm not desperate for that opportunity, so that I can, again, be smart about things. There's a lot of things that I've done in the past where, early on in my career, when I was like, oh crap, my projects are finishing up, I got nothing else to do, I got nothing going, I got to go buy houses, I got to go buy, and I ended up buying things that, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have. And there's a couple things that we got out of the portfolio not long ago, that are things that I bought years ago that weren't good ideas when I bought them, haven't been good ideas for the last few years. So, when the market was kind of up and the thing turned over, it's like, you know what? Now's probably an okay time just to unload this. Yeah, it hurts from I'm trying to build and not reduce, but let's just unload this and, give me a chance to kind of reset and make a better decision on that money moving forward.
Fantastic, fantastic. So that's Darren's strategy over the next couple of 6 months or so, guys. What's your strategy? What's your real estate investment strategy? I would say in the next 6 months, one of the strategy tips and tools would be to show up at the Gateway to Freedom event that we have coming up on November 4th and November 5th. If you're going to be at that event, you get to be around people like Darren and learn all of the tools and techniques and tips and strategies that he has and that he's working on in his business. And if you're investing in St. Louis, you sure want to be there because these are investors that are investing in St. Louis. So, Rich, what would you have to say about to the audience about why they need to come listen to Darren at the Gateway to Freedom event?
I mean, nobody knows Burr better. I mean, Darren's probably like, "Oh, come on now," but no, nobody knows Burr better than Darren. I mean, he is phenomenal at doing it. He knows his stuff, and he's going to give it to you straight. He's not going to fluff anything. He's going to tell you exactly how it is. And that kind of expertise and that kind of insight is what you need if you're interested in doing the whole Burr strategy. So that's just in a nutshell. That's what I would say to people.
Awesome. We got a couple of questions that are coming in from the audience, if that's okay with you, Darren. I appreciate you doing the interview today and being available even in your car. That's what we talk about when adversity strikes. You just show up and keep doing the same things and going ahead. So the first question I have in here comes from, it looks like Michael. He said, what is BRRRR?
That's a great question. We probably should have prefaced that at the beginning. So the Burr method, that is, basically it's the rinse and repeat. It's for rental property. You buy it, you rehab it, you rent it, you refinance it, and you repeat it. So it's in the purest Burr method, there is a strategy and a way to make it work where you're able to do all of that, add a property to your portfolio with basically no money out of your pocket at the end of the deal. Those are, full transparency. Those are
full transparency. Those are amazing things that you're going to find out all about when you come to the Gateway to Freedom event coming up on November 4th and 5th that we have in St. Louis, Missouri here. Rich, why don't you tell a little bit more about the Burr method and what these people can be expecting to learn when they come to the Gateway to Freedom event in November?
Yeah, I mean, I think I know what Darren was going to say. I don't want to speak to him. If he dropped, if he gets back on, he can make sure everybody understands. But when he says you can virtually you can get some of those virtually no money out of your pocket, and he said full transparency is that's not necessarily every deal you're not going to get like that, and no, but a great deal of them you can. Get them with virtually no money out of your pocket, where you can, it's great. Matter of fact, my very first rental was a Burr method that I actually bought owner financing, where the owner actually gave me the mortgage, and so there was zero money out of my pocket moving forward, and it was awesome. So, and matter of fact, she even covered the rehab costs. So. It's not about me though. It's about the method. Darren is going to be able to answer any question you have on the Burr method because he's the master. He knows what he's talking about, and that alone is worth your ticket price of $297 or $497. Or wait, we have a special coupon code right now. Nathan, if you use the next till 10 a.m. tomorrow, so it's not quite 24 hours right now, but for your viewers only, Nathan, we created a special coupon code, Nathan, where people can go to g2free.com. That's g2free.com. Put in the promo code Nathan at checkout, and they're going to get 50% off the ticket. There he is. He's back. The man is back.
All right, we got 4 minutes left with you, Darren, and so I'll ask you the same question I've been asking all of our speakers that are coming up for the Gateway to Freedom event November 4th and 5th. What does freedom mean to you?
For me, it means that I can do what I want to do when I want to do it. It's not, for me, it's not go and sit on the beach and do nothing. I can't imagine, that to me seems miserable. I'm not good at that kind of stuff. But for me, freedom is really all about being able to go and live the life I want and build and create the things that I want to create and the things that I am passionate about. And, whatever it is I'm passionate about now will probably changes over time. And it's the freedom gives me the opportunity to kind of evolve with that and not be stuck doing the same crap over and over.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Again, you guys will be able to catch Darren at the Gateway to Freedom event, November 4th and 5th. Any final words that you want to share with the audience before we go here?
I look forward to it. I have been looking forward to teaching and speaking on this. I get to do it on a somewhat regular basis. So thank you guys for putting together a bigger audience, and we're going to have a lot of fun. I mean, one of the things I really enjoy about teaching and speaking is I've had an opportunity to learn how to do it in a way that is hopefully fun. And from the front of the stage, it's fun for me. But if it's not fun for me, then it's not fun for you. So we're going to have some fun. We're going to probably be a little rowdy and obnoxious and have a good time. And that's going to help you kind of remember what it is that we're talking about, so you can take it home and apply it, and build your portfolio and build your dreams. So I look forward to it. Appreciate it.
From myself and Rich and Josh, we will have to say thank you, Darren, for being with us today. Totally appreciate it. If you guys didn't get value out of Darren's presentation, you don't have a pulse again. Like, that's incredible. Thank you very much, Darren.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Darren.
All right, guys. So we're talking about the Gateway to Freedom event that's coming up on November 4th and 5th. And I know you're hanging in there. For those of you that have been on since the beginning of this live cast, let me tell you, I am very much appreciative of you. Remember, I told you every single time you see somebody say something or hear somebody say something, touch your chest that resonates with that freedom feeling, and type freedom into the chat function here, because we want to remember that freedom that you felt back at that time in your life whenever things were going right, when you felt the most successful, that period of your life where something happened and you had this emotional feeling inside where you're like, I'm good, or I have confidence in this, and then something happens along the way, and I know it destroys or wrecks it for us all, but there is a feeling, there is an emotion that you have, and that emotion is called freedom. We want you to have that freedom, and we want you to have that freedom where, Rich, tell them all about the Gateway to Freedom event coming up on November 4th and 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Gateway to Freedom, November 4th and 5th in St. Louis in South County at a place called the Aviator Hotel and Suites on 55 in Lindbergh. We have 17 speakers lined up. You're seeing just a few of them today. We have 17 speakers lined up over the course of the 2 full days. And we're talking full days. We're not going to give you like a half day. 2 full days. We have over 200 years of experience in that room, just on the speaker level, not to mention how much experience we're going to have in the room for all the other participants that you can learn from and talk with and network from. We have 2 different ticketing options available. We have a general admission ticket that's $297 that gets you into the event. You can get to see all the speakers. And if you buy your ticket before October 14th, they're going to get a free T-shirt with that as well. That's the general admission ticket. The VIP ticket, though, is $497, and that will get you into the sessions as well. It'll get you that free T-shirt if you buy it before October 14th, but it's also going to give you 3 added huge bonuses. One is going to be a VIP speaker, cocktail hour mixer. Right. So a mixer, VIP speaker mixer Saturday night after the event, but it's also going to give you Saturday and Sunday VIP lunch buffet with the speakers as well. So that VIP package, $497. Now, here's the kicker. Here's the special announcement. Here's the one that gets Nathan every time I mention it. If you use the promo code Nathan, that's Nathan. If you use that code at checkout, you go to www.free.com, and at checkout, you use the promo code Nathan. It's going to give you 50% off your ticket. So you can get that VIP ticket from $500 to $250. You can get that general admission ticket from $300 to $150. Get in the room, get with the people. There's just so much amazing value. If you look anywhere in the country for a real estate investing conference like this, 1, you're probably not going to find one, and 2, it definitely isn't going to be this cheap. This is value to the max. So get out there and get your tickets.
Wow. I'm so pumped, Rich, for our next couple of speakers. Can you believe we've been going for almost 3 hours today, delivering value bomb after value bomb to people across the entire St. Louis, Midwest area? I know that there's some people that are tuning in from some of the coastal cities as well. incredible show today so far. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, I mean this has been amazing. I'm sitting here pumped. I'm feeling like a preacher up on stage, wanting to go. Can I get an amen or whatever? This has been awesome. This has been phenomenal. Hopefully, people are feeding off this energy.
This is the only way to understand, guys, what it's going to be like at the Gateway to Freedom event that's coming up on November 4th and 5th. Like, I don't know how to explain it to you any other way. I've been to a number of different real estate conferences that are throughout the entire country. I've been to speaking engagements that are throughout the entire country. And every single one of those speaking engagements, they feel a different way. They have a different feeling to them. But this feeling that you're getting today, that's what freedom feels like. That's what I want you to understand. And if you, this is an ounce of what that freedom feels like. Imagine what the freedom's going to feel like when you get to the event on November 4th and 5th. And if you use the promo code Nathan, Nathan, they've offered for my audience a 50% discount on the tickets. And by the way, that's not like a last minute, we're trying to fill seats discount. This is the code that goes away tomorrow, and these prices won't be available ever again. So if you're going to get a ticket, go to G, that's the letter G, the number 2, free, FREE.com, and get your ticket. Use the promo code Nathan. I am just honored and blessed that they offered that promo for the audience here. That, I mean, I have one guy today, he bought a ticket for him and his wife because the tickets were now more affordable. He was able to afford it. Rich just put into the chat box here what that website is, www.g2free.com. We've got another speaker coming up, though, Rich. In fact, we've got 2 more today. So if you've been here since the beginning and you've got your energy, it's kind of died down low, I recommend standing up, stretching out, because we have got another 2 great speakers, and you're not going to want to miss these speakers. Like, we jam-packed. You think that we packed a lot of information in today. This is only 8 people, guys. This is only 8 people. They've got 17 speakers at this event coming up.
And this isn't even them giving their full presentations, Nathan.
This is just intro. This is just, I had one guy today in the chat comments saying that this is more information that he's gotten, and he's gotten more value out of this than paying $5,000 to go to a conference that he went to earlier this year.
Yeah. Wow. That's amazing. That is, wow. That's something. That's amazing.
Well, let's bring up our next speaker. He is a lending expert. So if you're doing the Burr method, you're probably going to need to know something about financing. And our next speaker knows a little bit about financing. Why don't we introduce our next speaker here?
Yeah, absolutely. So our next speaker is Frank Rizika, right here in St. Louis. Like almost every single one of our speakers, all the ones you've seen today, 16 of the 17 speakers we're having at the event will be from St. Louis, in St. Louis, doing business in St. Louis. Christina asked us to put an asterisk on her from St. Louis because she's technically not, like, she wasn't born in St. Louis, but she lives here. She does business here. But anyway, Frank Rizika is from St. Louis. He it's been one of his passions. Real estate investing has been one of his passions. He considers real estate the greatest opportunity to create wealth. And there are a lot of people out there who will second, third, fourth his opinion on that. And more importantly, generational wealth. And when you get to generational wealth, I mean, geez, what's better out there? So his goal is to educate and assist people, as many people as possible, on the opportunities that real estate provides. And he does so through lending. He enjoys watching people grow their net worth and allowing them simple, proven methods to create wealth through real estate investing. Frank has been in the banking industry as a mortgage guy for, I think it's like 30 years. I won't let him tell you exactly how many years it is. It's over 30, I believe. But Frank is the guy when you want to know about any kind of product out there. The cool thing about Frank, and what I've known Frank for years now, is that Frank's the kind of guy that if for some reason you stump him and you don't know, he will find out and he'll get back with you. So that's the kind of integrity that Frank has, and he's not just trying to hey, come on over here, get a mortgage with me, and then you'll never hear from me again. Frank wants to build those lifelong relationships as well. So without any further ado, here is Frank Rizika.
Good morning, guys.
What is up, Frank? How are you?
This is I'm psyched about today, but I'm just thinking of November 4th and 5th, how cool that's going to really be. I've been glued to the broadcast today, and I'm like, this is going to be the coolest event ever.
That's so awesome. So, Frank, why don't you tell the audience a little bit about what you're going to be speaking about in your topic at the Gateway to Freedom event, November 4th and 5th?
Yeah, so I come into this a little different than most of the speakers. I do not have some huge portfolio of rental properties. I've been involved in rentals for over 30 years now. And the truth of the matter is I was brought up in that business because if you could name a state street in South St. Louis, my dad probably owned either a 2-family or a 4-family on that street. And then today's a perfect example. A Saturday, he would pack us all up. There were 8 of us. He would pack us up in a station wagon, drive us down to South St. Louis, and drop, a couple kids off at Louisiana, a couple kids off at Pennsylvania, a couple kids off at Nebraska, and give us jobs. Cut the grass, pull the weeds, pick up the trash, do this, do that. So that rental, the real estate business has always been in my blood from a very young age. And so I have this passion for it. Now, I am not the guy, if he said, "Oh, Frank, how many doors do you own?" I'm not the guy who goes, "Oh, I own 40 doors. I have $1 million, $10 million in real estate holdings." I'm not that guy. I am very happy with what I do for a living. I know that a lot of people preach, lose your W-2 job. I love my W-2 job. I am a commissioned loan officer with Guild Mortgage here in St. Louis, and I absolutely love what I do. But the reason I love it is because I get to see people realize their dreams, and it's realizing a dream through the ownership of real estate, whether that be their primary residence, whether that be a vacation home, whether that be an investment property. Any one of those vehicles is somebody's pursuit of a dream, and I get to be a part of that process, which is really, really cool.
Awesome. Well, that's so incredibly important, especially the lending piece of dealing with real estate, because if we don't have an understanding of how finances work, if we don't understand what the loan is going to be or how we're going to put the deal together, then we're probably going to be less likely to be able to purchase that deal. And we're probably going to be less likely to be able to grow our real estate portfolio if we don't figure out or understand this whole concept of debt. And I know there's a lot of people that grow up, they're like, debt is bad. What do you say to those people, Frank?
It's so funny you say that. So yesterday is a perfect example. I have a real estate referral partner. This person has their real estate license and we do business together. They called me on an opportunity. And he said, "Frank, I've got this opportunity to buy this house way below market. It needs some work, but this is going to be an incredible opportunity. How can I go about doing this?" And again, this is somebody who's owned other properties, who's in the business, and they called me about it. And I said, "Well, let's talk about this." And I walked through essentially 4 scenarios on how to purchase and rehab that property. And this particular person is very, very adverse to debt. They hate debt. And part of their solution was, "Well, I'll just do a lot of this out of my own pocket." And I said, you can. You absolutely can, but you lose the advantage of leverage when you do that. And for the first time in I don't know how many years, you can finally go into a bank or a credit union and earn 5% on your money, just having it sit there. And it's like, do you really want to do that? Do you really want to take away your liquidity, throw it all into this property, and not take advantage of the leverage? And I think I befuddled them a little bit. And I said, here are some options. And let me be very clear about this, guys. One of those options involved me as the lender. I laid out a total of 4, and I said, here's a really good option. Here's a person you should call. Here's another really good option. Here's another person that you should call. And I laid out these options for him, and I said, now, you got to think about this, because, again, it's not just picking the property up. It's not just rehabbing the property. But then what are you going to do with it after the fact? Is it going to be a burr? Is it going to be a flip? What are you going to do with this property? And so the financing that you set up on this thing is really critical to your end goal. And I said, so let's not decide on anything today. Let's just lay out some options for you to think about. Here are the people you want to talk to. And from there, we'll develop this game plan for this property. And I think at the end of it, he's like, I feel bad. I'm like, why? He goes, because I've been on the phone with you an hour and I don't even know if I'm going to end up using you for the loan. I said, don't feel bad. That's what I'm here for. You came to me with a question. I answered your question in a couple of different ways. Now you figure out what's right for you. And that's what I love about my job, is helping people get to where they want to be, right? And whether that means I get a loan out of the deal or not, a loan is nice, believe me. But I love to see people succeed.
Well, that's what Lynn Hart has to say. Frank is awesome, and we do deals all the time. So Lynn is a big fan of yours, and I appreciate her tuning into the show today to listen, whether it's to part of it or the whole show, because we've been going now for 3 hours today talking about the Gateway to Freedom event that's coming up. And one of the questions that I had that I wrote down, because I know that integrity is something that's incredibly important when it comes to lenders. And so in your life, who's been your biggest role model of character and integrity? And what aspects of his or her character do you find most attractive, Frank?
I've been blessed with a number of mentors throughout so I've been doing this over 35 years. And I've been blessed with a number of mentors throughout my career who have, I'll say, made an impact on who I am and the way I do business. And one of and I'm trying not to make this all about Guild Mortgage, but the coffee mug, it says, own what matters. That's on the back of my business card. I believe in that wholeheartedly. One of my early mentors, a guy by the name of Jack Thompson, he was my boss at Citicorp back in the late 80s, early 90s. And he just recently joined us at Guild, and Guild acquired his company, Legacy Mortgage, and it was just the coolest reunion. We were out in San Diego, and I got to see him, and we just got caught up after 25 some odd years. But it's people like that I've worked with and worked for over the course of time who've made an impact on me, and now I have this, I believe, this need to give back and to help others in terms of helping them move along in their path, their freedom path, right? Achieving what they really want to achieve in life.
Sure. That's awesome. So along the same lines of trust, because I find it critical for lenders, like this is the one area where, like, if you're trying to make a decision on who to use for a mortgage or a loan, it is extremely important that you use a reputable organization, you use a reputable person. And so when you're personally deciding on whether you can trust somebody or not, what information do you consider that in making your decision?
Yeah, I need referrals. I need to hear from people who've done business with, and I don't care if that's the landscaper out in the yard or the plumber or the electrician. I don't care. It's like, I learned early on, it's not about cost. It has not, so I know this sounds cliche when I'll say it's not about rate. It's not about rate. It's about getting you from point A to point B successfully, closing that deal. So you had better have some good referrals from people that can attest to, this is the guy who's going to get you from point A to point B. And Lynn Hart chimed in there. Lynn and I started working together. I can't remember exactly when, but she saw me take a deal from point A to point B successfully and goes, so that's how that's done. Lynn is a very successful investor, realtor, and she sees the value in me. I don't believe she ever once said, Frank, what's your rate? Because it doesn't matter about the rate. It's a matter about getting the deal to the end zone, right? Successfully, smoothly, just as you say you can do it. And that's what, again, doesn't matter if it's the landscaper, the electrician, the plumber, insurance agent, financial planner. You want to go off of those personal references.
And trust is important on both sides. Not only finding a lender that you got to trust the lender, but you got to trust the client as well, right? Because you're lending large sums of money. If somebody right now is sitting out there, and we've talked a little bit about character and internally who you have to be in order to build your network, and we've talked a lot about this today, Frank. what would you say to somebody who's currently struggling with their own character, who's maybe made some mistakes in the past, and what can they do to clean that character up so that they're more lendable?
I'm going to tell them to get that, as it was pointed out earlier in the broadcast, get that satellite, get that person who can see on the other side, that has that perspective that you don't have. It's so important. One of the speakers just said something about, you are the people you hang with and the books that you read, right? There was a speaker by the name of Charlie Tremendous Jones, and he said, you are the composite of the books you read and the people you hang with, and you'll be the same person 5 years from now, unless you expand that list of books and people, right? And so I know for a fact in my own life, I needed some perspective, and that's when I got involved in coaching. A few years back, I started getting coached. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would pay somebody to tell me what to do. It's like, I've got a wife. I don't need to pay somebody to tell me what to do, right? I got involved in coaching. It was probably the best thing that could have ever happened to me. And I'm not just talking about a business perspective. I'm talking about life. And then the greatest honor was in the coaching program that I'm involved in. And by the way, this is not for sale to anybody, because this is loan officer coaching, an internal program at Guild Mortgage. So it's not like I'm going to be trying to sell this on stage. It has nothing to do with that. But the greatest honor I ever got was when they said, by the way, we want you to be a coach now. I was like, really? And they're like, yeah. And talk about imposter syndrome. I was like, holy, I'm not even sure. But it's been the greatest thing. So seeking out those people, and you say, where do I find them? Well, I'll tell you a real great place to find them. Gateway to Freedom Real Estate Conference, November 4th and 5th. There's going to be a stage full of people, and then there's going to be a room full of people. And you just don't know who that next mentor, coach, person in your life could be. And it's that neat of an opportunity here. And I'm just going to say this because we've talked about it today a couple of times, but you can spend huge amounts of money to go to an event, and they get this guy on stage with the real cool music, and he comes on and he does this whole thing, and he's flashing, he's great. And you're on the edge of your seat and you're like, this is amazing. And in the back of the lobby, there's a bunch of tapes and books that you can buy, but he's not even there. And one of his people are there. You're like, I just want to see him. And he gets in a limo and gets to the airport, and he flies off and never to be seen again, right? It's like, that's not what this is. These are real people in St. Louis right here that you can pick up the phone, or you could see at Rich's meetup events. I mean, there are people who are doing it, and they're here and they want to share. It's like, all right, that's what we're talking about.
I mean, how humble, how honest, how transparent, how professional, how great is that Rich has taken the time to put together an event full of local, successful St. Louis speakers who are actually doing it. They don't just sell you a book, tape, or CD. They don't just hop in the limo or fly off in their private jet because they're making millions of dollars off of. They're making their money. They're making their livelihood. They're making their success off the things that they're talking to you about from stage.
Okay.
If that doesn't tell you, go get your Gateway to Freedom ticket right now at g2free.com. I don't know what else will. What else can you tell the people, Rich, about what Frank is, who he is, and what he's going to be speaking about at Gateway to Freedom?
Yeah, I mean, so when I think of lending experts, immediately Frank Rosica comes to mind. So we had to have him involved, and Frank's the kind of guy who supports so much in St. Louis and has just such a supportive persona about him, just this whole thing that's supportive. And Frank, as soon as we announced this, Frank came up to me and said, whatever I can do, let me know, because I'm on board with this. He saw the vision. He saw what me and Josh were trying to do, and he wanted to be a part of it right away. So we had to get a lending expert up as one of our speakers. And the great thing, like Frank was saying, is that if he's not the guy to solve your specific problem, he will give you somebody who is. He will refer you to somebody who is. That's the kind of guy Frank is. He's amazing. He's the guy that I've even referred my son to reach out to and start talks and getting a mortgage and getting everything lined up as he's moving out and getting his own house. So when that happens, that's going to happen. So trust me, if I'm going to refer my own son to this man, you should come listen to what he has to say about the lending industry and lending in general.
All right, so I have some questions coming in, Frank, and we've only got about 7 minutes left, and I've got one personal question left, and I'm sure you know what it is, but I want to make sure I get these questions answered from people who are coming in, and I've got some of these narrowed down and tailored to this. What do you expect the mortgage rates to do over the next 6 months? I got to ask you. They put it in the questions.
This is the craziest I've ever seen things. We knew rates were going to go up. Clearly, we knew rates were going to go up. But we really believe, and when I say we, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about industry experts, people who do this stuff for a living, that they track rates and they predict where they're going to go. And there's people who are paid to do this thing. Everybody thought that around May, we were going to start to see things cool off. Like, all right, we've been through the storm. I believe the clouds are parting and the light is coming out. And I'm telling you, this past week, literally and figuratively, the hail started coming down, right? We saw rates pop up this week to levels we had not seen in 20-something years. And I know there are people who are just shaking their head going, oh, my Lord, I can't take this anymore. I just can't take this anymore. But here's the thing. Rates change. They go up, they come down, they go sideways. I've been doing this so long. I've loaned and borrowed money anywhere from 2.5% to 12.5%. So it's always going to be changing. And the line I use is, you're going to get a 30-year mortgage, but it's not going to be the mortgage that you're in for 30 years, right? And so I do believe in the next 6 to 9 months, we are going to see rates moderate. And when I say moderate, I'm saying let's get back into the sixes. If anybody is hanging on for 2s or 3s, they need to, that ship has sailed. It's gone. That was the heavy hand of the Federal Reserve buying mortgage-backed securities like nobody's business. So those are gone. If we could get to 5.5, that would be an amazing thing. I don't think we're going to get there in the next 6 to 9 months, but we will get there at some point in time. There's a lot of dynamics to our economy right now, and there's just strange things happening. But just know that now is a perfect time to get into the real estate business. And I don't want to steal the thunder of one of our speakers, but the whole subject to business, right? Think about this. And this doesn't even involve me. I have nothing to do with this. 82% of the mortgages outstanding in the United States right now are below the rate of 5%. Right. Wow. So think about that for the subject to business. 51% of the mortgages outstanding right now in the United States are below 4%. So if you want to get in the real estate business and you don't have a lot of money and you're not bankable, you can't come to a guy like me to get a mortgage, you should come to this conference to learn everything you can about the world of subject to, because this is the greatest real estate opportunity we've had in a long, long time if you want to be part of the subject to, world. So I'm not even plugging myself on that, because I have nothing to do with subject to mortgages.
Well, there you go, guys. I mean, from the lending expert's mouth, you have the ability to learn how to use debt properly. And if you can't use debt or don't want to use debt, there's also the availability for subject to. And if you have those things in place, there's the availability to get your systems and processes honed in. There's going to be the availability to learn things like wholesaling, flipping, BRRRR strategies. There's all kinds of tools and resources going to be at the Gateway to Freedom event. And so, Frank, what does freedom mean to you as we wrap up here? We got about 3 minutes.
Freedom to me is the unrestricted pursuit of being the best version of yourself. And this was part of my coaching journey, and it's what I coach. And that is, there's a speaker out there, a guy named Matthew Kelly, and this is his thing, is become the best version of yourself. And you can make a whole lot of money in this world, but you're not the best version of yourself, right? To your wife, to your kids, to your community, whatever the case may be. So for me, freedom is that ability, that unrestricted pursuit to become the best version of yourself. And that does not mean there will not be failure. In fact, there better be failure, because we learn from our failures, we learn from our mistake, but it's that unrestricted pursuit of that. Nobody or anything is holding you back. And a lot of times, this is really going to go deep here, but there's people at this conference who can help you with this. A lot of time, the restrictions are held right here in your head, and they're holding you back. I can't do that because I can't become this because. And there's going to be people at this conference who are going to help you take those restrictions out of your head, throw them in the trash can, and move forward to your dream.
I love that, Frank. Thank you very much for being on our part of our program today and being a participant, watching all these amazing speakers today, being on all day. I've seen you in the threads and the comments, so thank you very much.
I can't thank Rich enough for 2 years ago throwing together the REI, River City Roundtable, which then he had this grand dream of putting this thing together. And this is the swan song, the culmination. Although I hope we could do this every year. How cool would that be, right?
That's the plan, buddy.
But Rich Groves is the guy that everybody should be thanking right now, because this is an amazing opportunity for anybody who has any dreams of real estate, even if that's just owning your own home.
Well, thanks,
That's
buddy.
awesome. Thank you, Frank.
Guys, have a great Saturday.
Thanks, Frank. You too. Man.
So Frank's calling you out there, Rich. He's saying you're going to do this every year going forward.
We are, but I'm calling Josh in on that too, because I'm not doing it alone. But I'm not doing this one alone either. But Josh Weisler has been such a freaking amazing part of this as well. And I know he kind of flies under the radar a lot and doesn't get nearly the recognition he should. But he has been a huge instrumental part of this, and I want to make sure everybody knows about that as well. But sure. the plan is to, we're going to, this is the first one we did, right? I've attended them. I've seen them. I even volunteered for one behind the scenes so I can kind of see how they were put together with the intention to do this one. And so that has helped at least get the ground level to go forward with this. But, we lessons learned along the way, and we'll make it even better. And every year we do this will be better, but trust me, this will, no, I can't say, but okay, I will. This will be the very best ever first-time conference you've ever been to. And you want to be the one who 20 years from now says, oh, yeah, I was at the first one. I was at the inaugural. I was there back in the day. I was an OG.
Well, and Rich, you said something that is incredible. I don't know if my audience picked up on this. I want to make sure I highlight this and reiterate this, because this has changed my life, this thought process philosophy. You said you volunteered for an event like this before ever putting it on yourself.
Right.
You took the time to learn from somebody else, but by giving value and helping them.
Yeah.
And so to that, I have to say, guys, if you want to learn how truly successful people do things, the way Josh and Rich are putting this event together, it is going to be, the only way I can say it is tap yourself on the chest and type freedom into the comment section, because it is going to be that feeling of freedom, that feeling of success, that feeling of vibrancy that you had at one time in your life, and for some reason you lost it. Let me tell you, I have a belief that the reason you might have lost the feeling of freedom is that maybe you stopped chasing the promise that you believe was for your life. There's a promise, there's an idea, there's something out there that you've always wanted to do in real estate, or you wouldn't even be watching this live cast. There's something that has been deep down inside of you. It's been talking to you your entire life. And for whatever reason, you decided not to chase that promise. Maybe along the way, it's because you didn't do the right things. Maybe it's because somewhere along the way, you didn't quite know what those right things were to do. Well, you have to gain knowledge to gain understanding, and you have to gain understanding to gain wisdom. It's all a journey and all part of that process. And where are you better placed to learn that information, that knowledge and understanding, so that you can start to apply it with wisdom than at the Gateway to Freedom event? That's g2free.com. Rich and Josh Wessler have been so kind today to offer you, the audience, a amazing discount. That's 50% off of the general admission in the VIP admission. You just put in Nathan, Nathan at checkout, and they're going to take 50% off of the purchase. It still shocks me to say it out loud because they're not doing this for anybody else. This was a one-time thing they put together behind my back, behind the scenes, to add value to you, the audience, so that you could get to participate in this event. It's a one-time thing. You'll never see it again, and you've never seen it before. It's 50% off for just my audience. And so that way I had to tell you, you need to go to g2free.com and then put in Nathan, Nathan, at the checkout. Rich, tell the audience, for those that are just tuning in, a little bit about what Gateway to Freedom is and what it means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gateway to Freedom is a first of its kind, groundbreaking real estate investor conference to be held in St. Louis. And when I say first of its kind, it's obviously not the first real estate investor conference ever, but it's the first one in St. Louis that's being put on, featuring 17. I mean, I'm not saying, okay, it's the first of its kind because there's 17. Somebody else did 16 or 18. That's not what I mean. Nobody's done anything like this to scale at all. I mean, nobody's done a real estate investing conference in St. Louis, except like those, you'll have the national guru groups that come through and do a weekend event here and there, but it's just one speaker and they cover a few different topics and whatever, that's fine. But they're pitching their program, right? They're selling their program, or they'll do a night, an evening 2-hour event or something at different hotels in the area, daytime and evening, whatever. We are doing a full 2-day weekend event featuring 17 speakers, of whom 16 are from St. Louis, in St. Louis, doing deals in St. Louis. That's why truly, even though this event is open to anybody, it's open to anybody in the Midwest, but you don't have to fly out to Vegas for this. You don't have to fly out to San Antonio to this. It's open for anybody in the country. I didn't mean in the Midwest. It's just easy to get to when you're in the Midwest, right? You're in Chicago, Nashville, Kansas City, Memphis, Little Rock, wherever, Indianapolis. This is an easy trip, right? So, but when we started the event, we were using the tagline, and it's still true. This is an event that is from St. Louis, for St. Louis, in St. Louis, meaning from St. Louis, because we had 16 of the 17 speakers from St. Louis, giving you St. Louis insights. They can apply to almost anywhere in the United States, but they could definitely apply to anywhere in the Midwest. It's also for St. Louis because we were targeting, and we were focusing on St. Louis real estate investors because we thought that's who would be who would like seeing 17 St. Louis speakers, or 16 St. Louis speakers. But it is open to anybody in the United States and in the Midwest. But again, we were targeting making this for St. Louis, and then it's being held in St. Louis again because you don't have to travel anywhere else. You can do everything right here. And the pricing we put together, the ticket pricing, I know we're doing the discount code, but even without the discount code, the pricing is so valuable. People spend thousands of dollars to get tickets like this. So again, I've been all over the place. I know originally I had a nice stream of thought, and then I kind of jumped off the rails. But this Gateway to Freedom is a real estate investing event from St. Louis, for St. Louis, in St. Louis, but is also first to be here in St. Louis like this, the first of its kind. You want to be the person who says, yes, I was there. I was a part of that. It was amazing. And it's even better now, 20 years from now, whatever, but it's amazing. And I'm glad I was part of it. Use that discount code Nathan, Nathan, to get 50% off your tickets. But get your tickets today because they're only going to be available this little time for these speakers, people who see this either live event or the broadcast, rebroadcasted through the next till 10 a.m. tomorrow. But again, people, this event, we're not hiding behind anything. We're not selling anything as a whole. There's no Gateway to Freedom mentorship, angle or anything like that. Our speakers all have some type of, or most of them have some type of coaching program or mentorship program that they're going to have very little time to even mention while they're on the stage. But that's the only kind of selling you're going to get at the event. We encourage you that if you connect to people who are speakers for our event, that you make that connection and you connect with them. Absolutely. I think you're going to find people at the event that's going to be, that's going to speak to you. You're going to think they're speaking directly to you, and you're going to want to connect with them, and you're going to get a part of their program, and that's great and that's fine. But it's not a sell fest, right? So it's something you should definitely come to this event if you've been a real estate investor for 2 minutes or 20 plus years. Get out here and be in the room with these speakers and the rest of the people who are in the room and network. But I'm sorry, I just rambled on there, Nathan.
That's all right. That's all right. We have got another great guest that we'd like to bring up. It's our final speaker for the day today. No pressure on this particular speaker, but he's got a tool or a understanding of something a lot of people get started in real estate investing with. He is no shy bird when it comes to understanding the art of wholesaling properties, the art and understanding the fix and flip world. So this is how, if you're getting started in real estate, maybe you're not a burr guy, maybe you don't need a lender, maybe this isn't the right journey for you on some of the big dream stuff that we're talking about. You're just like, how do I do my first deal? How do I make some money in real estate? I heard all these people making money in real estate. How do we do it? This next speaker, Rich, is the one that can teach you how to get into real estate for the first time. Who's our next speaker?
Yeah, our next speaker is Bryson Duvall from right here in St. Louis, like everybody else has. Bryson Duvall, like you said, Nathan, is a wholesaling expert. He is a lead generation expert. He has done fix and flips, and just the guy is a great real estate investor. The cool thing about Bryson, the great thing about Bryson is that he does give back to the community, and he loves giving back to the community. I'm not going to tell his whole story, but he's got an amazing story. I'm sure if you come to Gateway to Freedom, you'll find out a little more about that as well. But the thing is, Bryson wants to pour into the real estate investing community and give back. This guy took just, let's say, one little nugget, and he found out how to do wholesaling, and this guy exploded into an awesome, incredibly successful business. Welcome, Bryson Duvall. What are you doing, buddy? How you doing?
Sorry, I had myself muted. What's up, guys? How are you doing today?
Bryson? How are you? Yeah, man.
I'm good.
So excited you're here. Thanks for making it. You were a last-minute ad for us, which is why your name wasn't all plastered all over all the marketing for this event. But I'm super pumped that you're here, Seth. Thanks for taking the time to come in and have the conversation with our audience here at Mind Renovation Nation. We've been talking about all kinds of things today. Incredible speakers are going to be at the Gateway to Freedom lineup. And you have got a unique niche and expertise that Rich and Josh have crafted this thing and orchestrated this thing so beautifully. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit about what you're going to be speaking about at the Gateway to Freedom event that's coming up?
For sure. I appreciate the introduction, guys. I appreciate the sales pitch on me as a person, as an investor, getting on here. I appreciate you guys for the opportunity as well. In a nutshell, I'm going to be speaking about wholesaling, the art of it, the benefits of wholesaling, the advantages of using that as a launch pad into becoming a successful real estate investor. I feel like there's so many lessons that can be learned through the wholesaler's journey, and that prepare you to be a great burr investor, like Rich said, to be a great fix and flipper, and using that as just a low cost, low barrier to entry, starting point to really make active income. Because, I think a lot of people, it's easy to think like, hey, I want to own all these rentals. I want to be a fix and flipper. And I guess it just depends on where you are in your life. Are you a W-2? Are you a high earner at your job and you just want to do something passively? Or is this like you want to make this a career? If you want to make this wholesaling can serve both. That could be a side hustle, active income type of strategy to build your cash reserves. It can be a full-time entryway because, if you're going full-time in real estate and you aren't working a job right now that's paying you, you got to make cash, and buying rentals to make $200 a door isn't going to pay your bills. So, that's in a nutshell. So I'm just going to go through the process, the benefits, and my journey as a wholesaler.
So I have to ask you, Bryson, we've been asking a lot of different questions to get to know the speaker a little bit better,
Mhm.
right? To know who you are so that
Yeah.
the audience can begin to resonate with the right people. Maybe, you're a good fit and somebody else isn't a perfect fit for them. And so the
Yeah.
question that I have kind of, as I've been thinking about this, what has made you the most successful and powerful in your real estate investing journey?
That's a great question. Successful and powerful. I think one of the things that has led me here, being able to even speak at an event like that, is my ability just to keep it real with the people. Anybody that I talk to, that I do business with, I transact with on a regular basis, any of our strategic partners in my business, I feel like I've had a great level of success just to connect with people. And I don't fancy myself as like a networking expert or a connector. Like I believe Josh, Rich, those guys are natural connectors. And I don't necessarily think that I don't have the same skill set yet. I do need to improve on that, but I keep it real. I keep it authentic, and I think people are attracted to me because of that, and that's led to them being more attracted to me, to doing business with them, whether that's a seller, a buyer, another investor.
Sure, for sure. Everything in life, especially in real estate, has trade-offs, right? We have to make choices. We
Mhm.
need to make decisions on whether we do this or do that. And you got into wholesaling and became an expert at wholesaling and flicks and flips. What were some of the trade-offs that you made in your life to make it work?
Oh, a lot, man. I think for instance, first getting into it and going full time. Well, even before I became a full time real estate professional, my trade offs was my time and extra free time when I was working a W-2 job. Where it wasn't the hardest trade off for me because once I set my eyes on something, I get pretty obsessive on it. So I don't think I was like, oh wow, I need to cold call and I can't go out with my friends. I'm just like, whatever. Like it's got it. The pain of being where I was great enough to motivate me where I could say the trade-off was easy with my time, really. So my excess time was fueling the business, trying to make it into a career. Um, and then, the trade-off still is similar sometimes today. How I spend my time now, how many hours I work. I'm getting better about using my time more effectively now in time management where I'm capping the hours I work because I was working 60 70 hours a week, and I no longer do that. But yeah, time was the biggest trade-offs. Also relationships and friendships, because it's a trade-off, because I you come to a point where you start to realize that some people just don't align with your vision anymore, and it starts to be where you get around certain people that love you, you trust them, they mean the best, and their energy is not bringing you life anymore, right? We've all been through that and I think in the path to success, and that's a trade-off. The trade-off is sometimes having uncomfortable conversations with people that you love, or having that space, just so that you can control your own mindset and control really your vision.
I love that answer. In fact, when you talk about trade-offs, people are like, I've had friends and relatives and stuff tell me in the past, I'm not working on Saturday. I'm not working on Sunday. That's the weekend. That's my time.
Right.
And I have to say, I'm here on Saturday for you guys, right? Like
Yeah.
these are trade-offs that we all make in order to be successful. And so I appreciate that answer so much, because sometimes there's people that we have to trade off. Sometimes there's time decisions that we have to trade off. And so if you're going to get into wholesaling, you're going to have to make some decisions about what trade-offs you're willing to make in order to make that work. Some
Absolutely.
people, I'm going to trade my full-time job to do this full-time. Some people are, I'm going to do this part-time, and I'm going to do a part-time
Yeah.
in that deal. What are some of the major roadblocks, though, that people have, and how can you help eliminate those roadblocks to the wholesale business?
I think some of the roadblock, I guess there's a few. So one of a common thing is just, I think it's just pure ignorance, and I should say lack of knowledge, or yeah, I'll label it generally as ignorance, whether they're culpable in that ignorance or not, or they just haven't been exposed. That's on a personal basis. But I think, you know, there's so many people that we live in a society where obviously I was on the end, so I'm now a licensed agent. So I went from wholesaling, fix and flip to, okay, now I have an agent or have a salesperson's license. A lot of people start off and they think their only avenue into real estate is getting a real estate agent license. So I think the roadblock is really just a mindset, and people thinking that, like, okay, wholesaling is like slimy, it's grimy, it's less sophisticated, wholesalers are bottom feeders. I've heard it all, right? And I think it's a roadblock because it's amazing how many deals I've done with educated agents, provided value to their clients as a buyer, or wholesaling a deal that's, really shouldn't go on the market. So there's so many roadblocks. I think really it just deals with the connotation and the narrative around wholesaling, or the other roadblock is thinking on the other end, if people are really interested and they trust wholesaling in the beginning, the roadblock is thinking that it's a get rich quick scheme. Saying, cool, I'm just have this expectation of I'm going to start cold calling in a week, and then I'm going to trip and fall into a $50,000 check. Right.
Yeah. Sure.
And that's, and I think alleviating it is the only path is, for me, has been through, repeatedly, cold calling, finding out a way, almost giving up, losing money, making money, almost going broke. And, I feel like the only way to get around those roadblocks is to work on your mindset as much as you're working on your business at the same time. And you can do both. That's a beautiful thing.
100%. That's why I call my show Mind Renovation Nation. We work
Absolutely.
on our mindset as well as working on the skills that we need in order to thrive in the real estate industry. You said something about get rich quick scheme, and I want to bring up a quote from one of my mentors that I follow online. His name's Myron Golden. If you guys ever get a chance to check this guy out,
yeah,
he says,
great.
if he asks the question, is this a get rich quick scheme? And his answer to that is always the same. You better hope so. Right? Because if you get rich slow, you'll be dead by the time you finally get there. So
Absolutely.
You better hope that there's at least an opportunity to make some money fast, in a good way, but honest, ethical, healthy,
That's
transparent money. Right? So so many people have a jacked up mindset about money. And if you haven't watched my previous episodes of my live cast that I've done, I've got 3 different episodes, 3 different parts on understanding the money mindset. And I want to make sure that you guys understand, like, it is not a bad thing to have a good, healthy money mindset, guys. So many people live in poverty because they think that poverty is greatness and wealth is wicked, and that is so not true. And if anybody knows the truth about that internally, it's Bryson, because you started in wholesaling. This is not typically something that people get into and go, oh, it's because I'm an honest, integral person that I'm going to be a wholesaler. A lot of the wholesalers that I've come across, at least in my real estate investment journey, are not you. They're not your caliber of wholesaler. They are very much, I'm going to do as minimal effort as possible and not get the results. And then I'm going to go complain and talk about how wholesaling is a scam, or how it's, somehow, shape or form, it's a bad industry to be in. What do you say to those people?
So it's interesting you say that, because, I think a battle of a beginner, because I went through this battle too, where, me as an ethical professional in every way, regardless of what exit strategy I'm doing, there was always this thing I would come up against, where there was buyers that were trying to buy my deals. They would look at me as less than, right? And they would try to control the deal and all those things. And I learned very early on, thank God to mentors, is to understand my value as a person and value what I do, right? And the same is, in my experience, the same applies for a real estate agent. It's just because they are almost masked and protected by this veil of a realtor board. I'm an agent too. I'm a realtor too. So I'm not giving any shade, but they don't get the same connotation because it goes through a state board. They have to qualify for it. So they're just saying, but it's like there's the same real estate agents that don't do shit anyways. It's the same thing. I'm just going to keep it real. They do the minimal thing, expecting the maximum results. That is the thing with anything in any industry, what regardless of your role in the said industry. Am I wrong?
No,
No, I mean, we talk about it on the show, and I could get into it. I have a real estate license as well.
Yeah.
And I could get into a 2-hour talk with everybody about the travesty of realtors in the United States.
Yep.
Because I'm not going to get on soapbox today.
and I know I'm passionate about it too. So I'm not coming for any agents. We're all in the same. We're all in this together. We're all teammates. We're all on the same team. So this isn't a thing where it's an attack on a wholesaler or an agent. I'm just keeping it real. Of the reason why the wholesaler stands out, because they're like, oh, well, they let anybody just cold call and get a deal. So those guys are doing something minimal, but the guy who went to Keller Williams and went through all the training, who also sucks, doesn't get the same shade.
I can't. We could go
know,
down that
like,
whole rabbit hole. I want to keep it. I want to keep it in line though for this concept of people to get to know you a little bit more around the concept of there's some skills that you need to bring with you whenever you're going to be a wholesaler.
Right.
People think that skill is you have to be a good negotiator. They think that skill is that you got to have the ability to cold call and be incredibly talented on the phone. What are some things that you would say to those people? What skills should you bring and need to have in order to be successful in wholesaling?
That's a great question, and I think my answer to that has definitely evolved. Where I thought, like, the way I guess I was influenced on the way I came up in the game. So like I thought if you weren't good at being on the phone and cold calling, like you were not going to be successful at all, right? Because that was just what I was focused on. I'm like, I just make calls all freaking day. I'm making offers all day. It doesn't matter. I can be at this desk for 4 hours straight making offers, trying to lock up deals, right? So I automatically thought that was the case. But as I learned, sales looks so different depending on your process, depending on your marketing as well. You know, some people, there's no negotiation. I have friends in our St. Louis market that I think they wouldn't classify themselves as being good negotiators, but they're super upfront and transparent with people in their communication. So people just trust them. That is the negotiation. You know, so I used to think like, you know, negotiation was this hardcore thing. Like, I'm not saying a number first, you go for, you know, how we're kind of socialized of like being the salesman in the office, in the boiler room, and I'm closing. That's what I fancied myself as, and still do to some degree. But, but at the same time, my point is that, yes, it's a skill set at learning how to be liked and trusted. That's the skill set.
Yeah. We talked a lot about building trust with Frank and how important it is to build trust as a lender. It's also important to build trust when you're walking through a real estate transaction, whether you're a buyer or seller, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, I mean, generally, yes, you have to build the skill set of getting your message across effectively and efficiently to people that you can serve with your service. And you have to be able to analyze numbers. I mean, that is part of the skill set of being a wholesaler. You have to, and I think that's one of the underrated benefits about being a wholesaler, is because I learned a lot by basically coming across opportunity, going to people that I trusted already in the community and knew were buyers, and they taught me how they evaluated their numbers before I even had a deal under contract. Or I just invite them to say, hey, let's go look at a property. So it's just finding those ways to build your own opportunity to learn those skill sets in real time through experience. I think that's a skill set in itself.
For sure. All right, Rich, tell everybody in the audience why they need to come listen to Bryson at the Gateway to Freedom event, March 4th and 5th.
Yeah. So if you've been watching Bryson talk here, it's pretty evident. The guy is smooth. He is freaking knowledgeable. He knows what he's talking about. He's going to give it to you straight. And he will. And that is the biggest reason why we asked him to come on, is because as the speaker in the event, is because he knows his stuff. He knows wholesaling and other parts of real estate investing for sure. But for wholesaling, that's where he cut his teeth, and that's how he got on and got into the business. And he knows the ins and outs of the business. He knows the ins and outs of that part of the business, and he does it with integrity. Not like, your shady guys that go out there and is like, they want to make an offer on a property that's not in a great neighborhood, but they're going to use comps in Clayton and Ladue and stuff to no, really, this is worth $90,000. And I know anybody's watching this from out of the area, they're like, what? That's it? What, are you buying a garage or a blank empty lot? But he knows the deal. He knows the business. He knows everything about this industry, specific to wholesaling and marketing and all of the little intricate parts of it. So that's why we had Bryson on as one of our speakers, man. And the guy just lights up, man. He lights up the room. So come on now, when he's in there, you're all going to be like, all right, this guy's got energy, and I love it. So that's a big reason.
That's, after a 4-hour event, you put the energy guy at the end, right? The guy that's going to deliver and give you the most energy to keep it all high, right? So that's the same feeling that you're going to have whenever you go to the Gateway to Freedom. There was a question that came in, and this is a great question. Are there certain states that are better to wholesale in versus others? And that was asked by Jenna Hover here, one of the participants. So are there certain states that are better to wholesale in versus others?
From my experience, I know there's a couple states that are maybe not the best in. I can't tell you who's the best, but I know that they're, Rich is shaking his head because Illinois is one of those states that I'm not a lawyer or licensed in Illinois, so I don't know exactly. I don't want to incorrectly state their laws around wholesaling, but I know there is limitations around it. That's what I will say. I know that for sure. But I know St. Louis or Missouri is a great state for it. I know I have friends almost in, I guess, 30 states that I can think of that have great, thriving wholesaling businesses. I'll say that much.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. So you guys heard it. St. Louis is a good state to wholesale in from the wholesaling expert here. Absolutely. So you guys are going to want to attend the Gateway to Freedom event that we have coming up on November 4th and 5th. I'm sorry I can't get to all of your guys' questions today. I want to be honorable of everybody's time. But if you do have more questions, guess where you can get those questions answered? Gateway to Freedom. At the Gateway to Freedom event.
What have we been talking about today?
Yeah, what happened 4 hours later, right?
Yeah.
Wait, I just woke up.
So thank you so much from Rich and Josh and I, Bryson, so much for being on the show today. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. My audience appreciates you being on the show, doing the Gateway to Freedom Speaker Showcase. We've been going now 3.5 hours. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Great work, gentlemen. I appreciate you guys having me on here for sure. I'm looking forward to the event.
Awesome.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much.
All right, Rich. Well, let me bring back up your co-host here, Josh. Because he is a major part of everything that's going on. He's the man behind the scenes, the myth and the legend, and he's a good friend of mine. So I want to make sure that, Josh, you have plenty of opportunity to talk about, because Rich has been on all day sharing with the benefits of Gateway to Freedom and the event. Why don't you share a little bit more as we come to a close here with everybody about some of your thoughts based upon the speakers you heard today, based upon everything that you saw. I think it's going to be a pretty good event, and fantastic, great event, phenomenal event. Is there a proper word that means better than freedom? I think that people are just going to find their freedom at this event. So what are some of your thoughts about Gateway to Freedom, and what do people need to know?
The word that comes up for me, and just reflecting on just today, just hearing some of our people that are speaking and not even really giving the education pieces of their specialty, just how they show up in their lives. It's transformative. It reminded me of when I would start going back, or I started going. I remember my first event. I was in a basement in a hotel with like 15 other people. And I spent, I think like $2,000 on the day. And it was a 2-day event, and I just learned about rehabbing and using hard money, and that was very transformative for me. And then hearing the different, just everybody in here, just listening in the background, I took a bunch of information from today from hearing these guys, and I know most of these people, and so hearing them talk was very very transformative, very inspirational, and yeah, just also for me, like a very, very, very big feeling of gratitude with the just significance of what everybody has been willing to put in to help make this event a success in regards to the talent and the energy. And like even Nathan, you helping us with like having this spotlight for some of our speakers to give people a taste and help, you know, and that's why we gave the discount code, the promotional code, and just it's really amazing to see how all these pieces are coming together with the people that we know and love, and really, really just the amount of information and love and changing that's going to happen through this event. I'm really excited about it.
Josh, I know you've heard me tell this story before, but I'm going to tell it again for my audience. For those of you that haven't heard or watched any of the previous Mind Renovation Nation shows that I do on YouTube, when my wife and I, a number of years ago, we went to Hawaii. And in Hawaii, we were there on a business trip, and there were a number of business executives, but I also am deathly afraid of sharks. And so I don't really like it. You know, I try to keep myself out of the water. I like to sit on the beach or whatever, whenever we go on these vacations or whatnot. But this happened to be a business conference and vacation at the same time. I was able to take my wife with me too. And my wife, I'm married up. Like, she's incredibly intelligent. Talk about negotiator. She's a better negotiator than I am. She's a better leader than I am. I'm married up. She's an incredible woman. In fact, she has her doctorate in leadership. She's great. When we were in Hawaii, she finally got me to get out into the water. And it was this beautiful tropical location around all these business executives. And here's what happened. I see this giant shadow. It starts to move right in front of me. And I unbeknownst to me, I did the absolute worst thing I could possibly have done. The worst version of myself came out, and I grabbed my wife and I put her between me and the shadow. What was I thinking? Here's what I was thinking. I'm in a terrible environment for myself. This was the worst place, absolute worst place for me to be. Here's what I know about Gateway to Freedom. It's the opposite of that. It's the best place for you to be. It's going to be an environment where you can thrive, where you can grow, where you can have the feeling of freedom. It's going to be, you're going to put your toe in the water there, and you're going to go, this is refreshing. To be around all these people, to be around all this energy, to be around all of the success that you've wanted to have in your lifetime. Look, guys, you got to go to Gateway to Freedom November 4th and 5th. You've got to put yourself in the right environment for you. I also tell this other story, and I'll tell one real quick, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about Gateway to Freedom that you guys have coming up. But I tell this other story where in high school, I know that I talked about having challenges to make friends, but I was also a nerd because I got really good grades. And I was really smart. In fact, I graduated number 11. I wish it would have been number 1 to make the story even more fun. But I graduated number 11 out of like 400 or 500 kids in my graduating class. So I graduated at the top of my class. I had great grades. You know what my ACT scores were, guys? They were under 20, okay? So anybody that knows ACT. So how do you get great grades, be under 20 in ACT, and nobody like you? I'll tell you right now how that happens. You can be at the top of your class in a specific environment that you're in and still be the wrong environment for you to grow. Yeah. And so where do you want to grow? You want to grow at this event that's coming up, at the Gateway to Freedom event that they have coming up. Rich, why don't you share with us a little bit about the lineup of speakers? We saw a lot of speakers today. Yeah. This is the tip of the iceberg for the other speakers that we didn't showcase today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you didn't hear from a lot of speakers. You didn't hear from, we have a rental property expert who's going to talk about how to build a rental portfolio in today's market, Jonathan Rankin. We have folks coming on that not just in rental properties, but in rental properties, we're going to talk about specifically short-term rentals with Matt Hayes, the Airbnb beast if you ever follow him out there on social media. So we're going to talk about short-term rentals. We're also going to talk about, you didn't hear from Jennifer Donnelly. She's going to be talking about Section 8 rentals. She's known as the Section 8 queen. She has a program called Section 8 Educate, I think. And Tim Grimmett's going to be talking about rehabbing. So we got a rehabbing expert out there who Tim also has been in the industry for tons of years and knows a lot about
decades plus. Yep.
Yeah. And we've got we've also we're the one person not from St. Louis who's going to be there is still a Midwest guy. He's from Michigan, Kalamazoo, Michigan. TJ Cremines is coming in, especially to talk about multifamily investing. So he's a multifamily expert. As we talk about multifamily investing, we've got a couple keynote speakers that are huge guys. They are going to be in here talking about different mindsets. Mike Kitko, huge guy, talking about building, the life of your that you're excited to live in, and some other things. I forgot all the topics he told me he's going to talk about, but it's a mindset guy. And we've got Sean McCloskey, another legend in the St. Louis area, going to come in and talk to us all as well. Phenomenal lineup. I'm telling you, Nathan, that Josh has helped me build this incredible lineup. Go out to G2, that's the number 2, the letter G, the number 2, free.com. Look at these experts. We've got David Dodge. I forgot to mention David Dodge. David Dodge coming on. I've known David Dodge for years. He's going to be talking about marketing and lead generation because that's what he is phenomenal at. So, and other things, but he's really great at doing that, and he's going to show us, show our audience how to do that really well. So there's some people you haven't heard from. What's that? Sorry, Josh.
Oh, I said, and the speakers too. Like you always take something hearing all of these guys talk, and women. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, I love that's why I go to RIA events now anyways, to go and listen, even if I know somebody and they're talking, I've heard them 2 or 3 times. I'm going to pick something up this time that I didn't pick up last time. So I always go to those for that. But it's, the phenomenal value here. We're going to be all the topics we're talking about: wholesaling, rehabbing, buy and hold, buying rental properties, Section 8 rentals, short-term rentals, BRRRR method, multifamily investing, the standard operating procedures and streamlining in business, marketing and lead generation, creative deal structuring, financing your deals, mindset. Give me a break. Where else are you going to get all that information in 2 days? In St. Louis. And
if you go use the promo code right now, stop what you're doing, go over to g2free.com, use the promo code Nathan that we've been talking about all day. All that value that Josh and Rich just shared with you, you get 50% off of the ticket price. And he did it just for you, the audience. So I am super stoked about that. Give me 1 second. Hold on, guys. I want to share one last final thing with the audience, and I'll bring you back up.
Sure.
If you guys are interested in more content like this on a regular basis, I recommend going and checking out my YouTube channel. This is called Mind Renovation Nation. That's the show that I do. I do it every Friday from noon until I get done, because I teach on a different topic or share a different topic or bring a guest on about a different topic that teaches you tips and insights and tools in order to help you with your real estate investing career. So that's Mind Renovation Nation. You can find that show on YouTube. So thank you, guys. I want to say thank you. I know you want to take some time. Guys, let's start with Josh. Why don't you share your heartfelt thanks for the speakers and the audience today? Because I think it's so important.
Yeah, I definitely, I was sitting here, and as we started, I was sitting in the background and I was watching you, Nathan, and Rich, and then had Christina on, and knowing Luke was coming up, and a lot of these people I know personally and are friends with. And just to be here watching what has started to transpire and the energy that this thing has. And I just got overwhelmed with gratitude and started literally tearing up a little bit. And really just felt it, seeing how this has helped, not just how it's helped Rich grow, myself grow, our speakers are going to grow from it. The community is going to grow from this. It is an environment. We talked a lot about it. I'm very grateful for this environment where everyone that we talk to and everyone that we're involving in this process, they're solution oriented, they're problem solving oriented, they're go givers. As I think Kevin had mentioned that, or Darren, we are all about figuring out how to make this event the best to serve St. Louis and to be a staple, to have it over and over again. And just to be able to be a part of that, even, as Rich says, I'm a big part of it. I think I'm a smaller, that's kind of the energy that we all have of like, no, I'm not doing this. This is a team effort, and the part of the team that we really want to see at the event is the audience. Because for me, sitting in these events back in the day, I never would have imagined I would be helping host an event like this. And we're planting seeds for the next people that are going to go out and do the big shit out in our communities. And my apologies for the cursing, got a little passionate. We're going to be doing the big stuff out in the communities and out in the world and helping somebody else. And really, there's a couple different phrases here. One is like, I can't remember the exact terming, but it's basically like knowing what peace is planting a tree that you're never going to be able to sit under. And that's really what this feels like, is we're creating an event that is going to have a rippling impact, not just in St. Louis, but for people's lives moving forward. And that's pretty cool for me. So, and then,
What about,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the other one that I read is if you want to move fast, learn from others. And if you want to learn deeply, learn from experience. And this is a great opportunity to do both. Go into this event, learn from other people. And that's what Bryson, what I caught during his conversation, because I know Bryson, he's one of my coaching members, and I know him personally pretty well. His journey, he's gone through it. He's gone through the I call it the valley, people call it their caves, whatever it is, but knowing and tapping into the people that have done it, maybe not in the exact way, but in a different way, helps you learn how to go through that faster, and you get the experience of going through it yourself. So those are the pieces I would say, and I'm just grateful for everybody that's coming along and is going to sign up and go through this journey with us.
For sure. How about you, Rich? What do you have to say to the speakers in the audience today that are participating in this event?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thanks for all your audience for showing up and watching us, whether it was for 2 minutes or the full 4+ hours. We appreciate you being on here. Seriously. I appreciate you, Nathan, for putting this on for your speakers, and hopefully we added value to them and for them. I want to thank our event speakers who took time out of their Saturday to come on and talk, and Josh to be here and helping me out with this and making sure that everybody saw both team members putting this on, and hearing from Josh about that too. But this has been, I mean, Josh hit it on the head. I mean, I'm just filled with gratitude with how this has come together. And, I thought when I first thought of this, I thought, okay, some people who knew me really, really close would probably say yes. So I've got 3 speakers. No, but I thought it was going to be a battle. I really did. I thought it was going to be a battle, but my resolve was there because I knew St. Louis had enough real estate investing experience and people who are doing it right and experience to put something on no matter what. I think it was amazing with how many yeses we got. We only had a few no's until we finally were like, look, we got to cap this off. We're going to have 50 speakers, right? So we were barely
saying no.
What's that?
We had to start saying no.
Yeah. So we were just scratching the surface. We had just started going down our list. And when we were like, wow, okay, we're done. We got it. This is awesome. The feeling of that alone was incredible. And it really made us think, wow, okay, we're heading down the right direction. And once we put everything together and the topics and everything, we're like, this is going to be incredible. So I am so pumped to see this event. We are trying our best to provide a world-class experience for these people when they show up November 4th and 5th. And they're going to see a world-class event with world-class speakers right here in their backyard.
Well, I'm a person of gratitude. I live my life as a grateful person. And there's a number of comments that stuck out to me today that I just want to make sure I go back through before we close up the show here, guys. First one is, when and where is the event?
Oh, it's November 4th and 5th. And that's this year, not next year. November 4th and 5th, like just barely over a month away, at the Aviator Hotel in South County at Lindbergh and 55. Let's see.
6921 South Lindbergh, 63125.
There it is. There it is. So yeah, it's a great space where we got the entire conference space. So we're really looking forward to it.
And Josh, how can they get tickets?
So they can get tickets by going to our website, the letter G as in great or gateway, 2, the number 2, and then free, FREE. So G2free.com. And for the next, what time is it? 1 o'clock, 23, 22, 20, whatever the math is, till 10 a.m. tomorrow, we're having a promotional code for going through this live and having this experience with us, where if you put in the word Nathan, you will get 50% off of your tickets.
Awesome. Awesome. Some of the people in the audience had this to say about today's event, loving this. They had, let's see, what else? I'm going to scroll through some of the comments here. Jason, he was also commenting. He said, wow, over 300 houses. That's amazing. That's nothing. I mean, it's an accomplishment. It's amazing. But compared to the total collective of the amount of property that people have dealt with in St. Louis, it's going to be at this event. That's what do they call that in accounting? Whenever it's negligible.
Yeah. We've got a couple different, actually almost a handful of different companies that are doing that on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
This one says, wow, I'm in. Thanks, Rich. So there you go. Went and got his tickets for his wife and himself.
Right.
Awesome. Look forward to
We've
seeing
got,
you.
don't forget this one from Josh from you today. You commented out Miracle Morning. That was one of the books that was named. There was tons of books that were dropped during today. If you guys are looking for additional resources, Jenna had this to say today. She said, your network is everything. And this here, so proud of you. You're amazing. So there you go. I appreciate that, Jenna. Thanks for those comments today. We also had a number of comments about, they started chiming in towards the end. So I think that people got a little bit more comfortable towards the end. And so some of them started talking to the speakers directly, letting them know that they're awesome. And so I'm just brushing over and highlighting some of these here. Nick Johnson said, that's right. So there you go. Josh, you also mentioned we do have a subject to expert that's going to be there, and that's how you bought your first property. So you've got your large apartment community that you have.
Jeff actually helped me on it. So yeah, I know personally he is very good at what he does.
So we have that going on. We had comments like this, how do I volunteer, right? So appreciate that comment there. We also had Frank chiming in about Bryson. So he's wise beyond his years. Tons of comments, guys. Bryson's it's Jenna fired up. There's tons of comments that came in today. Tons of energy. Lots of appreciation for you guys for opening this up to the audience here. And so I can't thank you enough for having you on my show, Mind Renovation Nation. Again, remember, guys, you can go to YouTube here and you can check out the Mind Renovation Nation show. If you just put my name in the search bar, Nathan Bush, if you just put it in the YouTube search bar, it will likely pop up with a number of my videos. You can subscribe to the channel there. If you subscribe to the channel, you will get other stuff just like this in the future of great things that are going on in real estate. One of the things that I pride myself on in real estate, and the same thing that I'm sure that Rich and Josh both can concur on this, is your network is extremely important. And so I'm very well networked in the St. Louis real estate market. I've been doing this for almost 20 years in St. Louis now. And so I'm appreciative of these guys being a part of my network. I'm appreciative of some of the new people that are now in my network. And I'm appreciative of you that are on the show as part of my network. So if you want to find out more about that, again, go to my YouTube channel. Guys, any last closing thoughts about this Gateway to Freedom event that we've got coming up on November 4th and 5th here in St. Louis?
Go ahead, Rich.
I mean, please, take advantage of this this coupon code, because it is going to go away tomorrow. That's no kidding. There's not going to be a discount like this again. So this is your one-time opportunity to do it. I think you saw just a taste of the speakers we have lined up, and it's incredible. And each one of them alone is worth more than the ticket prices we're offering at. So get your tickets today. You will not regret it. I know Josh has a great saying about that, about the value and getting your value out of it. What do you say, Josh?
Yeah, what I say is, if you don't get the return on your investment tenfold from attending this, and especially now with the discount at 20-fold, then you weren't paying attention, you weren't in the room, or you came into it with the wrong mindset. Like there's no other way. Like that is a guarantee I will make 100 times over every hour. Like it's ridiculous. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much for being on the show today. You guys take care. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for coordinating a lot of this stuff behind the scenes. I'm appreciative of you guys. My heart goes out to all of the effort that it took in order to make this happen today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
And thank you for your help, Nathan.
Have a good afternoon. Bye, guys.
You
See
too.
ya.
Bye.